First time we're doing it fully in terms of sector consideration for the budget, and we hope that different stakeholders and CSOs will be able to participate effectively, that will have enough time to be able to participate in the different committees, because you may find one institution that has interest in 2 or 3 different sectors, and we hope that will be facilitated by the National Assembly.
Well, there you have it, a myriad of expectations from the general citizenry regarding the 2025 national budget. Those are their expectations, and I would like to sincerely apologize to you, our viewers, for the breaking sound when we started our broadcast. This was due to a technical fault. However, we continue broadcasting it to you live here at the National Assembly of Zambia as we await for the Minister of Finance and National Planning to unveil the 2025 national budget. Pauline, we'll still be talking to more people regarding the next year's budget.
Exactly. Expectations, Claudette, as we said earlier, are quite high. People are expecting quite a number of things from the minister today as he comes to present the 2025 national budget, and different expectations both from the citizens and their representatives in the House. Absolutely. So we look forward actually to hear what the members of Parliament would deduce from that speech that will be delivered today, and the way forward for the nation.
Absolutely. So our staffer Matimba Mkua did have a chat with the Economics Association of Zambia Secretary, that's Mr. Nicholas Mainza. He also has his or the organization's expectations regarding next year's budget. So let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television today, 27th September 2024. Many are looking forward to the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwane, to unveil the 2025 national budget. And so we are privileged to have with us today the National Secretary for Economics Association of Zambia, Dr. Nicholas Mainza, who is here to share with us what Economics Association of Zambia is expecting from this budget presentation. Dr. Mainza, welcome to this interview.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here as on behalf of Economics Association of Zambia. I want to say thank you for inviting us to come and speak to you.
All right. To get us started, as the Economics Association of Zambia, what are the key areas of focus that you're expecting from the 2025 national budget presentation?
Quite many, but amongst them, I think there are just 3 or 4 areas that we'd want to see from the 2024-2025 national budget presentation. I'd like to mention that we'd want to hear the budget speaking to an increase in terms of generating income, generating revenue domestically, and then the budget must actually speak to quite serious investment that we need to see within the country, and then there are focus areas that we'd want the budget to speak to. Agriculture sector is definitely one of the major areas that we'd want to hear that the budget speaks in terms of good support, as well as the mining sector. We know what it does to our economy. We cannot also maybe leave the manufacturing sector. It's very key because it provides value addition. It provides creation of jobs. It provides as well maybe some kind of revenue. I think these are the key areas that we would want to see the budget speak to in terms of support.
Okay, how do these key areas of focus align with Zambians' long-term economic goals?
These key areas that are actually outlined that as EAZ, Economics Association of Zambia, we would want to see the budget speak to. When you talk about the mining sector, believe you me, the mining sector, we cannot do without it. And what we would want to see is that it's being supported. The budget must speak to a clause that must actually encourage the increase in terms of the tax base, because that's what's going to help us in terms of beefing up or giving support to our economy, and therefore the mining area needs to to have that kind of support from the budget. In the agriculture sector also, it's very key and very important because everyone else knows that in our country, generally even in Africa, 80%, about 80% of our population in Zambia gets their employment from agriculture in one way or the other. And then agriculture also provides the raw materials to the mining, to the manufacturing sector, who actually utilize the raw materials that come from agriculture. So definitely agriculture has to have that kind of support to be one of the pillars to support our economy. And then the manufacturing sector as well, it's very, very important. Because when you talk about job creation, you will not speak about job creation without touching the manufacturing sector. The industries, the kind of population, the kind of numbers of citizens that get their jobs from there is quite huge, and that we cannot even ignore it. So it's very, very key that also the budget speak to the manufacturing sector so that they are able to employ as many as possible, and that will definitely give some kind of support to our citizenry.
All right, as the Economics Association of Zambia, how do you foresee this budget influencing economic growth in the short and long term?
This budget, it actually, it must actually align itself to the medium, the medium goals. That we actually talk about the 2025-2027, timelines, and that for us to actually attain what has been projected as growth in our economy by 5%. I alluded that we need to see serious support in the agriculture sector. We are just coming from the drought effects, so there must be serious mitigations towards the agriculture sector, as well as the energy. I think I'd left the energy sector. It's very, very key. Energy sector, we have these, the smaller, the SMEs. Those industries have, drastically been, affected in terms of production. And the budget must actually speak, to those sectors so that we are able to grow our economy by the 5% that was being projected. And then also, the new Dawn government, I think, has been speaking to their, trajectory towards growth of the economy. And those are the sectors that they have actually highlighted. But then we will not end here by just maybe speaking as Economics Association of Zambia, encouraging them to say we want to see it give support to the mining sector, agriculture sector, and this. We would want to see more of the implementation of the projections that we talk about. So I think if we can see some positivity in those areas, and then I think it's going to help us, to collect more of the revenue, and then it's going to encourage the growth.
Okay, which sectors do you believe will benefit the most from this budget presentation, and why?
From the budget projections, or the budget that is going to be presented, we are saying that the mining sector is definitely going to benefit from the 2024-2025 budget. And the reason being that, the mining sector contributes a lot when it comes to the growth of our economy. Agriculture sector is one of them, but if we are to quantify it, it does not even contribute about 10%. It's basically about 9.2% to the GDP. And looking at the immediate, or maybe the previous season where we're coming from, agriculture sector was quite seriously hit when it comes to water crisis and food crisis. In that the budget must actually have a better allocation towards agriculture, as it actually contributes to what comes out of energy, because also energy, it has sectors like the sector of water. What I mean, for us to generate the electricity. I think currently we depend on ZESCO. This is the major company that we have that actually provides, or drives the engine of the SMEs, drives the engine in the sector of manufacturing, for them to be able to run their machines, to run whatever they're able to run, for them to produce or add value to each and every product that they do. They need the energy sector to be quite active. So the energy sector definitely is going to benefit, because the budget actually, it aligns towards speaking. There are these other interventions that have been put across that are now trying to support, to diversify, the dependence on ZESCO. So besides, the mining sector as well as the agriculture sector, I spoke to the manufacturing sector, that this is a sector which is actually also key. As a country, I think we are still developing, we are still growing. then that we've seen a lot of industries being set up. So what they need is actually support. The SMEs need support. So the budget needs to also maybe speak to certain, institutions like the CEC that actually give support to the SMEs. So the budget must have a deliberate allocation that must actually go to growth over the SMEs.
All right. As we come to the end of this interview, any word that you'd like to say in regards to the budget presentation?
We are happy to be here as EAZ, Economics Association of Zambia. We are an independent institutional organization that speaks for the voices of the country or the members or the population. And then when we look at the budget, we actually want to bring out the sectors or the areas that we see that probably they could have some weakness, and then we provide advisory, okay, to the policy implementers and the policy makers, so that together we would actually, make something that is workable for the country and then bring development to the country. So we provide our own independent views, and then we are here actually to work with, all the line ministries, work with other cooperating partners that actually speak on behalf of the country, speak on the behalf of the population. So we just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to have our voice being heard.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mainza.
Thank you so much.
All right. That was the National Secretary for Economics Association of Zambia, Dr. Nicholas Mainza, sharing with us what Economics Association of Zambia is expecting from the 2025 national budget presentation. My name is Matimba Mkua. Keep watching Parliament Television, even as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you.
Yes, indeed, that was Matimba Mkua talking to Dr. Nicholas Mainza of Economic Association of Zambia on the budget expectations for the year 2025. And as we say, today is the Minister of Finance and National Planning special day as he comes to present the 2025 national budget, and the expectations are high. So we continue hearing different views from different members of the public as they talk to us concerning the budget expectations for this year.
All right, and in a short while from now, we'll actually see the Minister of Finance walk down the footsteps of the National Assembly in that, with that copper briefcase. We all await to hear what is contained in that copper briefcase for the year 2025. And so we did speak to a number of people. Our staff, Joe Akatama, actually did, chat with anti-voter apathy Executive Director, Mr. Ritual Mulwani. He actually talked about, a number of expectations, among them that a lot of resources should actually be pumped into, the voter registration exercise and the issuance of NRCs. A project that started, Pauline, but it's been halted because the government had to channel resources, to other, needy areas. And so here's to you, Mr. Mulwani.
Thank you so much, dear viewers. This is Parliamentary Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you. Today, 27th September 2024, we expect the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwani, to unveil the 2025 national budget. And right now, I am in the Central Business District of Lusaka, where I'll be speaking to Mr. Ritual Mulwani. Mr. Ritual Mulwani is the Executive Director for Anti-Voter Apathy.
As an organization, of course, we are very much aware that on 27th the budget is being presented, and as a result we expect so many things. One of the things that we expect is that want to see where the budget is going to touch on the agriculture sector. Very, very important sector, because that's where we need to see our economy grow, because without the agriculture sector then we cannot actually realize the food basket that this country is trying to achieve. So we want to see where the budget lines on agriculture is heavily funded, so that we can also change the way we deal with the agriculture sector by ensuring that there's irrigation, and also we mechanize our agriculture sector in the country, so that we can have a lot of food that the people of Zambia can enjoy. But also we can even extend by selling to this food to other countries, because I'm sure we have enough water, we have enough land, and we can also see the policy that the government is trying to roll out. It's about improving our economy. But also, what we want to see is that we want to see more industries in the country. So the industrial sector must be heavily funded, and we expect that the Ministry of Finance is going to allocate a lot of resources to do with the industry, so that these small industries can also grow. And once we do that, then we can have a lot of employment in the country. The young people can be employed, and many other people can also realize the economic benefits of our country. So as AVAP, those are some of the expectations. But also we expect that the funding to these bodies like Electoral Commission of Zambia, the funding must be enough so that ECZ can undertake comprehensive voter registration, which is very, very key for us to realize our democracy. So therefore, it means ECZ, for it to manage its mandate, we want to see more funding given to the Electoral Commission of Zambia so that they can undertake comprehensive voter registration, but also coupled with the mobile issues of NRCs, because we cannot talk about voter registration without undertaking mobile issues of NRCs by the Ministry of Home Affairs. They have to do that. In the rural areas, many people don't have NRCs, so we want to see that package having understood and then rolled out to the people of Zambia. We want also to see that the issue of empowerment, the women, the youths in this country must be empowered, and want to see more funds allocated to social cash transfer. Want to see more funds allocated also to the initiative of the young people, where the young people can grow. Can have initiatives, for example, coming up with small companies that can also grow their welfare. Want to see these things actualizing in our country, because the young people are the majority actually. When you see them in the streets of Lusaka, they want to see employment, and for them to do that, they can be empowered by these small funds so that they can generate income for themselves and also for their families. We are happy in this country that from the previous budget, now we are also going to another budget. So we expect that now the Ministry of Finance is going to roll out these programs out there for the people of Zambia, so that even those in the rural areas, for example, Consumer Development Fund, we expect that fund can be raised a bit, so that actually the livelihoods of the people of Zambia can actually be enhanced.
That was Mr. Richuo Mwani. He happens to be the Executive Director for Anti-Voter APAF, trying to give us his expectations towards the 2025 national budget. My name is Joe Akatama from the Central Business District of Lusaka.
Well, thank you, Joe. That's Joe Akatama in the Central Business District of Lusaka. I love the ambience of the busy city of Lusaka. So those were views from the Executive Director of the Anti-Voter Apathy regarding 2025 national budget. Pauline?
Yes, we continue talking to different people as they give us expectations for the 2025 national budget, and expectations are high actually countrywide. Quite a number of issues to be attended to, and also a lot of needs actually arising in society following the drought that hit Zambia in the 2023-2024 rainy season. So we expect quite a number of issues to be addressed in the 2025 national budget.
And so at 14:15 we do expect the Minister of Finance to unveil the 2025 national budget. And just about now we also went into various parts of the city just to get views from members of the public on their 2025 budget expectations, and let's see what they have to say.
My expectation as they release the 2025 national budget is, first of all, to address the dying issue, which is the drought disaster in the country that has brought a great economic challenge, bringing it down to students. Probably we could see an increment in bursaries, an increment in meal allowances, just to suit the environment of the disaster.
Looking at this year's financial crisis, I would love if they maybe put more effort on agriculture sector, and irrigation system, on how we can improve on that.
I think everyone's expectation is in two sectors, which is the agriculture sector and the energy sector. And I feel it's very much evident looking at what we have experienced this year and obviously last year, which is the drought, evidently, and also looking at the crisis in the energy sector, load shedding. So I do expect that the government will really spend money on those sectors to really improve the economy.
What I expect from the upcoming financial budget is, I think, a raise of the meal allowance that the students at UNZA receive. I feel with the financial crisis, it's not exactly enough to cater for all the meals. Yeah, I feel a raise in the meal allowances should be considered.
My expectation is to see government allocating more resources on the agriculture sector, in the sense that there will be more relief services that will be procured that would enable the vulnerable, the most affected communities which are affected by the drought. They'll be able to get that help. And also, if we are to procure more farming inputs, that will mean there'll be more production of maize, and that will enable us to stabilize the price of mealie meal that has escalated very much, and also would have more economic security in the coming years. And also, I would like to see government allocating more resources on the energy sector, whereby they'll be able to invest in other energy resources such as solar and also wind. Maybe that would help us embark this load shedding that has affected us widely and very much.
So my expectations on this budget is to see government allocate more resources on the education sector, because in as much as we have free education, we're having a lot of children that are being enrolled in schools, and because we do not have enough water supply in our country because of the load shedding, children are unable to learn because most tanks at schools are supposed to pump water when we have power, and we do not have that. So that's what I expect. And my other expectations is to see government employ more well-trained nurses in the education sector, because now we have more students than trained nurses, which means some students do not know most of the things that the well-trained nurses know. So if we have an expert on the side and we have a student, things will be much easier and better.
The pronouncements were made that they have removed incentives on solar products and other energy-giving products. But what we are seeing in the shops in town is contrary to what we have heard. So we want inspectors from the government, I don't know which ministry is responsible, to go into the shops and check why they are not reducing these products where the incentives has been removed, because we are failing to afford, especially us ordinary citizens. So we urge the minister and all the line ministries involved in this area to go throughout the shops and make sure that these people reduce these items further down.
Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeka Musogotwane, will be here at Parliament grounds where we expect to hear what sector will get what amount regarding the 2025 national budget. And there is a shift in the way the budget will be done this year. We are going the budget sector analysis. And joining us this particular afternoon, I do have Ms. Beatrice Mutali, who is resident coordinator of the United Nations in Zambia. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
And also with me this particular afternoon is Penelope Campbell. She is a representative of the UNICEF Zambia. Thank you so much, and good to have you here.
Thank you, Paul, for having us.
I know expectations are high from various stakeholders. We've just shared with a few individuals here and there. But what is the UN's expectation in the 2025 national budget?
I think one thing that we are quite cognizant of is that the 2024 has been a difficult year for Zambia, and the government has had to have revise its budget due to the unexpected drought and the impact that it had on the economy, and really had to revise its growth rates. So the expectation from the UN is to really see what lies ahead. What are the projections for 2025? What is the growth rate, and how is it going to affect various sectors? We've also seen the government has made significant progress in the discussions on the debt, so that is likely to have some positive impact on the 2025 budget. So we are looking at what we are really expecting an improved budget for 2025.
You've quite rightly put it, that the 2024 budget has been a challenge to the Zambian government. Maybe the question would be, how would you rate the performance of this year's budget, the 178 billion that the Minister of Finance presented last year?
I think given all the challenges that the country went through, I would say the government, under the, of course the lead is the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. I think they took the appropriate steps at the right time, because clearly there was need for a revision and reallocation based on the emergency that was experienced. And I would say, given that the country has managed to survive despite the challenges, I would say the performance has been good.
Okay.
Yeah, despite the challenges.
Penelope, you're coming from UNICEF under the United Nations, and maybe I know Madam Tali has broadly talked about the 2024 national budget and how it has fared and her expectation, but I'll be getting to her to get more expectations. But how has UNICEF fared? I know you deal with children as well. I'm sure it's very close to your heart, and the agents as well. What are expectations of the 2025 national budget in terms of education, more especially because it affects the young people?
Yes, I think for the social sector budgets, we do analysis every year. In fact, on Monday we'll release on our website our analysis of this budget, which will be announced today. And we do this in collaboration with ZPAR and the ministries and the sectors. So that will be coming out on Monday. But just to say, I know in 2024, I think there was this careful balancing act, wasn't there, between economic stimulation, job stimulation, business stimulation, investment stimulation, but also trying to keep some adequate money for social sector. So this is an area that education fared well, health fared well, but other areas like WASH fared less well. And then we had the cholera outbreak in January, where we need to see sustained investment in water, sanitation and hygiene services. And our analysis of the CDF also shows, the local authority budgets also shows a mixed blessing. Some local authorities are spending their money very effectively on social sectors, per capita expenditure is good, etc. But others, it's less well.
Okay.
So there's a really need for oversight and the sharing of good practices from one constituency to another, so that those good practices can be shared and money is optimally spent on the ground where the needs are.
Okay.
So that's my reflection, really.
Okay. Okay. You've talked about a very critical component to do with WASH, and you've highlighted that it didn't fare very well according to your expectations. But not too long ago, the Republican president did declare the drought situation as a disaster in the country, and a lot of people are struggling. And you rightly put of the cholera outbreak not too long ago, it should be January, February, somewhere there, were hit badly as a country. The issue to do with power as well, which has affected a lot of utility companies in terms of water provision. But what would you love in the 2025 national budget, looking at all these things, all these challenges that we're going through as a country in terms of the provision of sanitation, good sanitation and water?
I think in public-private partnerships, I think will be critical. It'll be interesting to hear what's happening in the water sector with the local utility companies in terms of helping them to generate more revenue. so that they can adequately have enough resources to spend on investing in local wash infrastructure. I think that will be a key area. In there needs to be a diversified, blended approach to ensure adequate investment that's needed in a sector which has been underinvested in for some time.
Zambia taking a shift of, fledged benefits that will come with this model of budget process.
Knowledge is power, isn't it? And the analysis and the trends, and knowledge is power. It helps to influence and shape good decision making. So we totally welcome this approach, and we particularly welcome it for areas like nutrition, which are cross-sectoral. Nutrition, for example, expenditure doesn't just concern one sector. It concerns health, water, education, school feeding, and so that also will be very, very useful, and that's a new direction the government is going in, enabling us to also tag what is the expenditure of nutrition across different sectors.
Okay.
So we're very happy about it, because basically information is power.
Madam Mutali, as the UN agency or family, how do you look at the budget sector analysis? What benefit will it come, more especially for the Zambian people?
I think for the Zambian people, Penny, I think what you said is right. Knowledge is power. And for the Zambian people, I think it gives them an opportunity to really analyze the various sectors, how much is going to each sector, and the performance of each sector. So it allows the monitoring of the performance of each sector vis-a-vis the allocation of each of the budget.
Okay.
So I think it will provide that information, and henceforth, not only for 2025, but for years to come, it will be possible for the Zambian people to really look at the performance of each sector against the budget allocation.
Okay.
In a transparent way.
Okay. Any minute from now, we'll be able to see the Minister of Finance working with his copper briefcase, and that's where all aspirations for the country lies as we speak. That we've talked about, where we're coming from as a country, the drought situation that the country is experiencing, which has affected quite a number, almost all the sectors in the country. Which area would you think, I know we're speculating, which sector do you think the Zambian government should prioritize in terms of funding?
I think, first of all sectors need funding. I think there's no doubt about that. The drought has affected all sectors, so all sectors need funding. But in terms of some areas that will need a little more funding to kind of jumpstart or to get them to recover from the past.
So sorry to cut you short. I'm sure our viewers are able to see the copper briefcase that we're talking about. The Minister of Finance is in our Parliament precinct now. Quickly, maybe I know you need to settle.
I think the agricultural sector, the production sector, I think those sectors need to really, because those are the sectors that will really galvanize the economy.
Penelope and Madam Tadi, I'll be able to interact with you after the budget is presented, and I know it's time for you to settle in the chamber and wait to hear the budget speech that will be presented by the Minister of Finance.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. That's the Minister, that's the UNICEF representative, Penelope Campbell. We also have Madam Beatrice M. Mutali, who is resident coordinator of the UN system in Zambia. So as you can see on your screen, that's the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, together with the granddaughter, I must say there. And all the expectations are high from the Zambian people and various stakeholders. And it's now for me to cross over to my two colleagues, that's Pauline Monga and Claudette Jonga. Take it up, colleagues.
Well, there you are. Thank you very much, Apostle. And the minister is just walking in, as Apostle earlier said, carrying with him the copper briefcase, which contains all the economic plans for the country. And this particular time is coming to lay out the plans for 2025 and the direction the country will take economically.
Absolutely, and so you are tuned in to Parliament Television. Those are live pictures coming your way right here from the National Assembly of Zambia. So at 14:15 we do expect the the Minister of Finance to unveil the 2025 national budget, and just after 14 we do expect the Speaker's procession to make its way to the chamber, and that will actually signify the start of business today, Friday 27 September 2024. And so as we await for that to happen, we'll just go through the speech, the budget speech for 2024, which was presented by the Minister of Finance last year, under the theme Unlocking Economic Potential. So he did propose to spend 177.9 billion kwacha. That's for the 2024, budget.
Yes, Claudette, actually in last year's speech, the minister actually did indicate that the development strategy for the country, as outlined in the 8th National Development Plan, is premised on the thematic areas which included economic transformation and job creation, development and human and social development, and also environmental sustainability and good governance and environment. So this speech was premised on these thematic areas that are based on the 8th National Development Plan, and of course he went in detail and broke down these areas, and some of them included the agriculture and livestock.
All right, yes, Pauline, and also in last year's speech, the Minister of Finance actually did say, under energy, that is, that to enhance growth of the electricity subsector. And so you can hear cheering from the chamber. The Minister of Finance and National Planning has actually walked into the chamber carrying that famous copper briefcase, and everybody awaits to hear what that copper briefcase contains regarding next year, that's 2025. So those are live pictures coming to you from the chamber, and the Minister of Finance being accompanied by officials from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. And so we await for that special address in a short while from now. And so in last year's address under the energy sector, the Minister of Finance did say that to enhance growth of the electricity subsector, government is implementing measures to increase electricity generation capacity, which currently stands at 3,790 megawatts, and this will be done through the provision of incentives to attract investment in power generation. He did say that government is also promoting the use of alternative renewable, energy sources to make the energy sector more resilient. And so we're currently seeing what we are going through, Pauline. We go days on without electricity. We've been hit by the drought that the region is experiencing. And so, like we mentioned earlier on, a number of people are looking forward to see how much resources is going to be, pumped into the energy sector. That's towards alternative energy sources like solar, and wind. And
yes, Claudette, talking about the energy sector, we have seen the country actually channel, as you've mentioned earlier on, a lot of resources towards the energy, just to cushion what the country is going through, the energy sector, and also water, which has also been adversely affected in 8 provinces of the country. So we expect government actually to channel a lot of resources towards this sector. And in last year's speech under tourism, the minister did talk about the diversification of tourism products, and that government was going to undertake reforms to enhance wildlife conservation and management, and that government will also promote sustainable tourism development to include tourism products such as cultural tourism, avi-tourism, health tourism, and sports tourism. And in addition, the government will also continue to support the hosting of meetings, conferences, exhibitions, and also incentive travel.
All right, there's a lot of excitement in the chamber by members of Parliament. Earlier on, we did see them taking memorable pictures of the Minister of Finance before he actually unveils next year's budget. A number of guests that have been invited to this occasion are already seated in the public and the speakers gallery. We have civil society organizations. We also have members of the diplomatic corps already seated. Others are still settling in, just in readiness for the 2025 unveiling of the national budget. That's for next year. And so in case you've just tuned in, you haven't missed much, because the Minister of Finance has actually just walked into the chamber, and we're looking back at his address for last year, that's 2024 national budget. And so under transport and logistics, the Minister actually did say he was happy to report to the House that the upgrading of the Lusaka-Ndola road to a dual carriageway has commenced. The project will include the rehabilitation of Masangano-Fisenge-Luansha roads, and he also did say that rehabilitation of the Chingola-Kasumbalesa road started, and the works have reached 70% and will be completed before the end of the year. That was 2023. I'm sure you are testament to what is happening. The Ndola Lusaka dual carriageway works have actually commenced.
Exactly, works are already underway, and we expect the government actually to do tremendous works by the year 2025, which is next year. And we continue looking at last year's budget, and this time we look at mining, and under mining, the minister did inform the House that government has declared all minerals as strategic for the country's economic prosperity, and that in this regard government will enhance the exploration, exploitation and the trade of these mineral resources, and that so far preliminary geological surveys had in Mapatizia had taken place, and lithium in Mapatizia and also sugilite in Chembe had been found, and surveys had also been conducted, and that further to enhance regulatory oversight in the mining sector, government was going to bring a bill to operationalize the Minerals Regulation Commission, and he also said that the commission will address, among other issues, issues pertaining to production reporting, mineral content analysis, and also illegal mining and illicit trade of minerals. So that was under the mining sector for the 2024 budget. We continue looking at the 2024 budget, and we'll see what will be different in this year's budget as the minister presents the 2025 budget, as the minister presents the 2025 budget this afternoon to Parliament. And he's already arrived here with the famous copper briefcase, which contains all the plans for the 2025 economic year.
Absolutely. So still under transport and logistics, the minister did say that government will continue with the construction and rehabilitation of rural roads through the improved rural connectivity project. The project does target to construct, maintain and rehabilitate 4,300 kilometers of feeder roads across the country. So far, the minister did say that 1,700 kilometers of feeder roads have been rehabilitated, and routine maintenance is being undertaken. So the minister in last year's budget did say that a total of 500 kilometers of feeder roads will be rehabilitated in the 2024 under the improved rural connectivity project.
Yes, you are watching Parliament Television, and today, which is Friday, 27th September 2024, the Minister of Finance and National Planning is expected to present the 2025 national budget. And for the information of those who've just joined us, the minister has already arrived at Parliament buildings with the famous copper briefcase, which contains all the plans for the coming year, which is the 2025. And of course, we continue having a recap of the contents of the budget for the year 2024, and we see what will be different in this year's budget concerning what was presented in last year's budget.
Absolutely, and we are also awaiting for the Speaker's procession to make its way into the chamber. That will actually signify the start of business today, Friday, 27th September, very special day for the National Assembly and the entire country as a whole, as the Minister of Finance will be unveiling next year's budget. And so in last year's budget, under the Integrated National Registration Information System, the Minister did say that our national identity documents are manual and therefore prone to abuse.
In this regard, government is promoting the use of biometric identities through the integrated National Registration Information System, simply called IRIS, and the system will assign a unique national identification number at birth as opposed to when a citizen attains the age of 16. And we must mention that this exercise was actually halted for a while. Government actually needed to attend to other, needy areas, and that's just a brief of what the minister, talked about regarding the integrated National Registration Information System, IRIS.
Yes, Claudette, and under the small and medium enterprises, last year the minister did inform the House that to accelerate small and medium enterprise development, government was going to construct industrial yards, and to this end, 4 yards had been commissioned in Chipata, Kasama, Mansa, and Mongo earlier in the year, and in addition 3 others were earmarked for commissioning in Kitwe, Lusaka and Ndola before the end of 2024. And in the same year, the government will construct other industrial yards in Chensali, Choma and Kabwe, and that the setting up of industrial yards will create employment and employment opportunities, especially for the women and youths. So that was under the small and medium enterprises development in the budget, contained in the budget for the year 2024.
Absolutely, and so that's just a brief of last year's 2024 national budget, and we must mention that any time from now the Speaker's procession will be making its way into the chamber. Just a brief, Pauline, regarding yesterday's votes and proceedings. As everybody might be aware, we'll be having the budget sector analysis starting next week. This is a new exercise that the National Assembly is actually implementing. Of course, other countries in the region and far are actually conducting the budget sector analysis, but here in Zambia, the National Assembly will be doing it for the first time. And so, as parliamentary broadcasting, we've actually lined up a series of programs to educate you, our viewer out there, and our listener, what this sector budget analysis is all about. And so, starting next week, you will not be seeing members of parliament in the chamber. You will be seeing them in committees as they dissect and analyze the 2025 national budget. And then to that effect, Madam Speaker yesterday actually did make an announcement. She did say that she did inform the House that the National Assembly would actually hold a one-day workshop for all members of Parliament on the sector budget analysis. That's at 9:30 hours on Monday, the 30th of September 2024 at the Taj Pamosi Hotel. And so she urged all honourable members to be punctual for this important meeting.
Absolutely, Claudette, as you put it correctly, that from next week actually, for the next 10 days, starting next week, the committees will be sitting to dissect the various sectors of the budget that will be presented today by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, and this is the budget for the year 2025. So we look forward actually to hearing what is contained in this year's budget, which will be presented this afternoon.
All right. So a quick look at today's order paper. We do have some announcements, if there will be any, and of course the big one is a presentation of the 2025 national budget by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. So that's what the order paper looks like today, September 27th, 2024. Pauline.
Yes, right now we await the arrival of the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession into the House to come and as we come to listen to the national budget for the year 2025. And of course we have our guests that have already taken their seats, the ones that have been invited to come and witness this memorable time. And just now we cross over to the chamber as we see as the Speaker's procession make their way into the House. Good afternoon.
and sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's own hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order, honorable members. Budget presentation. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the period 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025. This is pursuant to Article 202 of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act of 2016. Madam, this is the fourth budget that the UPND government is presenting to our nation. It is special in two respects. Firstly, the 2025 budget marks the start of a new way of processing the budget here in Parliament. The new process will give the honourable members of Parliament and the public at large more time to scrutinise our budget proposals. In this sense, Madam Speaker, this is yet another important step in delivering better governance. Madam Speaker, the second reason why the 2025 budget is special is because it comes after the extraordinary year of 2024. This is the year when the most severe drought in our living memory unleashed unprecedented socio-economic challenges. Millions of our citizens face food insecurity. They are facing extended hours of load shedding, and they have inadequate access to safe and clean water. Understandably, life has been tough. As a government, we've had to respond to these challenges. Madam, to address the effects of the drought, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Chilema, President of the Republic, on the 29th of February 2024, declared the drought a national disaster and emergency. Following the declaration, this August House revised the 2024 budget in order to channel more resources towards humanitarian relief. The top priority of the government in this regard is to ensure no one dies from hunger and thirst. I will cover these initiatives in depth later in my address. Madam Speaker, amidst the challenge the country is facing, there is some good news also. Let me at this stage give 4 examples. Example number 1, the effort to transform our economy is now high in gear. The debt burden we inherited has been made lighter after debt restructuring. We have resolved challenges at Konkola copper mines and the Mopani copper mines and then reopened them. In other words, rather than thinking that closing mine is a way of improving the economy, we have opened the mines because that is the way to improve the economy. Further, Madam Speaker, new companies in mining and non-mining sectors are coming in strongly with the prospects of increasing jobs and foreign exchange earnings in the next few years. Madam Speaker, social and economic infrastructure is being constructed like at no other time in the history of this country, where even the remotest place is having its share of the Zambian cake. Madam, CDF is truly a game changer. And in this respect, Madam Speaker, in this respect, I have further good news for the August House regarding CDF for 2025. Infrastructure, road infrastructure is expanding, with the flagship road being the Lusaka-Ndola dual carriageway. Government has continued with the provision of free education embarked on major social infrastructure projects. Madam, these are just but few examples of the progress that the country has made in a year when the drought has been devastating. Madam, the 2025 budget which I'm presenting today is premised on economic recovery and promoting growth to improve the livelihoods of our people. The budget is well placed to enhance our capacity to withstand shocks. It is for this reason that the theme for the 2025 budget is, and I quote, building the resilience for inclusive growth and improved livelihoods. The budget therefore provides policy measures that will build the resilience of our economy and promote inclusive growth. Madam Speaker, my address this afternoon is in 4 parts. In part 1, I discuss macroeconomic developments in 2024. In part 2, I present the macroeconomic goals and strategies for 2025. While in part 3, I provide estimates of revenue and expenditure, as well as the annual borrowing plan for 2025. And in part 4, I will conclude. Let me therefore start with part 1, macroeconomic development. Madam Speaker, global growth is projected to slow down to 3.2% in 2024 from 3.3% in 2023. This is on account of lower growth in advanced economies, despite higher growth in emerging and developing economies. Over the medium term, global growth prospects remain sluggish, mainly due to geopolitical tensions, climate challenge events, and tight financial conditions. On the domestic economy, we are projected to have growth of 2.3% in 2024 compared to 5.4% recorded in 2023. This slowdown is mainly attributed to the impact of the drought, which has significantly reduced agriculture production and electricity generation. Madam, the economy is expected to rebound in 2025. This is premised on the recovery of agriculture and a pickup in mining. It is also premised on the continued growth of the information communication technology, accommodation and food services, as well as the construction sector. On inflation, Madam Speaker, the country has experienced pressure over the past year, registering 15.6% inflation in September, from 13.1% in December 2023. The main drivers are linked to the drought, which resulted in increased food prices, and the kwacha-dollar exchange rate, which saw a depreciation of 2.8% on a year-to-year basis. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Zambia tightened monetary policy, raised the policy rate to 13.5% from 11%, and the statutory reserve ratio increased to 26% from 17%. I will now summarize the performance of the budget in 2024 up to now and projecting forward. Total expenditure for the year is now projected at 98.6 billion kwacha, which is 11.6% above the approved 2024 budget. Notable expenses include debt service, farmer input support program, CDF, scaled-up social cash transfer, and cash for work. Madam, with respect to revenues and grants, these are projected to close at 148.1 billion kwacha, which is 2.5% above the target of 144.5 billion. The favorable revenue performance underscores the government's efforts to enhance domestic resource mobilization as well as grant financing that came to support us. Madam Speaker, following the realignment of the budget, the deficit is now expected to be 6.4% of GDP compared to the initial estimate of 4.8% of GDP. This projected fiscal outturn, Madam Speaker, is actually very commendable given all the pressures emanating from the drought. It is a reflection of the government's commitment to prudent management of public funds. Madam, early indications are that both the social cash transfer and the cash for work are being implemented, and the communities in the areas affected by the drought have received them very well. As we speak now, Madam Speaker, young men and women engaged in cash for work programs in Lusaka, for example, are clearing drainages and cleaning streets. No doubt this will assist in reducing waterborne diseases in the coming rain season. In Mbabala constituency, young men and women are clearing cowbeds, and in Liwa constituency, yes, the recipients of cash for work are digging and clearing canals. Something. Madam Speaker, this government has turned the drought tragedy into a positive force by empowering communities with funds with which to buy food. In other words, communities are being given the opportunity to earn money as they perform works that are important for their own livelihoods in the communities where they live. On debt, Madam Speaker, as it ends June 2024, the central government external debt stock, excluding publicly guaranteed external debt, increased by 4.1% to $15.2 billion from $14.6 billion at the end of December 2023. The increase was largely on account of new disbursement from multilateral creditors and continued accumulation of arrears before the debt restructuring. Madam, as at the end of June 2024, publicly guaranteed external debt declined by 1.3% to $1.4 billion from $1.41 billion at the end of December 2023. This was on account of debt service payments by some institutions that we had provided guaranteed for. Madam Speaker, stock of treasury bills and government bonds reduced by 3.1% to $225.5 billion end June 2024. Madam, as it ends June 2024, the stock of outstanding government bills to various suppliers reduced by 18.3% to almost 80 billion kwacha from almost 98 billion as at the end of December 2023. In other words, we've been paying arrears. With a commitment to dismantle fewer arrears, we expect the stock to reduce significantly by the end of the year. On the financial sector performance, Madam Speaker, commercial banks' average nominal lending rates rose to 28.7% in August 2024 from 26.6% December 2023. This was broadly in line with upward adjustment in the policy rate by the Bank of Zambia. Notwithstanding the increase in lending rates, credit to the private sector has been expanding, growing by almost 37% in July this year, compared to 34% in July 2023. The bulk of the credit went to the wholesale, retail, trade, manufacturing, and agriculture sector. Madam, the overall banking sector continues to be resilient, supported by adequate capital liquidity buffers and good asset quality. Similarly, the performance of the depots taking non-bank financial institutions has remained satisfactory as the capital position, earnings performance, liquidity, management, and sensitivity to market risk remain satisfactory, while asset quality is rated fair. Madam Speaker, in April this year, the Bank of Zambia took possession of Investment Trust Bank as to no longer financially sound, and this was in accordance with the law. The Bank of Zambia executed a purchase and assumption transaction. In other words, the bank was taken over by the Zambia Industrial Commercial Bank Limited. I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that all deposit balances with matching assets were transferred to the Zambia Industrial Commercial Bank Limited, and all customers, as we speak, have access to their money. On the external front, preliminary data indicate that imports amounted to $4.5 billion during the first half of the year, 2.7% lower than the corresponding period in 2023. This largely reflects subdued economic activity, mainly occasioned by the drought. Exports were broadly unchanged at $5.3 billion during the same period. Most of the export earnings were from copper, driven by higher prices, while non-traditional export earnings from commodities such as cane sugar declined. Madam, as at end July 2024, gross international reserve, in other words, foreign exchange reserves, increased to $3.9 billion US, equivalent to 4.3 months of import cover, from $3.3 billion at end December 2023, which was only equivalent to 3.7 months. This increase was mainly on account of the support that we got from the IMF. Let me now move on to the macroeconomic objectives in part 2 of the address. Madam Speaker, the devastation caused by the drought demands a response, not just to recover, but also to build resilience in our people and the economy. An important element of realizing this is to build a stronger economy. It is a well-known fact that the stronger an entity is, the better its ability to respond to shocks and challenges such as drought. Madam, to build economic resilience and improve the livelihoods of our people, Government has set the following macroeconomic objectives for 2025. First objective is to attain real GDP growth of 6.6%. Second is to reduce inflation to the range of 6 to 8%. Third is to maintain international reserves above 3 months of import cover. Fourth is to increase domestic revenue to at least 21.3% of GDP. Fifth, to reduce the fiscal deficit, budget deficit, to 3.1% of GDP. And lastly, to limit net domestic borrowing to 1.9% of GDP. Now, I move on to the policies for 2025 on the economy and other sectors. And for this, I want to start with economic transformation and job creation, simply because this is one of the biggest challenges facing our country. Madam, the economic transformation and job creation pillar is key in transforming the livelihoods of the Zambian people, especially with regard to increasing income and reducing inequality. It is also a pillar where measures to enhance resilience to shocks are of importance. I now present interventions in the various economic sectors under this pillar. I'll start with mining, because mining remains the most important sector for Zambia. It sets the tempo of other activities. When the industry does well, other sectors do well also. Of course, the opposite is also true. This largely explains the difficult condition our economy has gone through in the past few years, because two of the biggest players in the sector, namely Konkola or KCM and Mopani, were on their deathbeds. Madam Speaker, an industry that is on the deathbed does not create economic prosperity. It reduces economic prosperity. Therefore, Madam Speaker, when we came into office in 2021, we prioritized reviving this industry, because to revive the mining sector is to revive the economy. The strategy, Madam Speaker, involved 3 steps. The first step was to reopen mining companies that were locked up in legal disputes. In the words of the President, mining appears to be believed to be taking place in the courts of law and not in the mines. Through this step, as we all know by this time, Konkola Copper Mines is back to life. Mopani Copper Mines is also strongly back to life. Madam Speaker, this is the way you improve the economy. Madam Speaker, the second step under mining was to improve mining investment climate in our country. This has been achieved, and today, mining companies that had planned to leave have stayed on. And I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that those that threatened to leave, like FQM and the Romana, they are now implementing very ambitious expansion programs. I believe this week the President is going to open the so-called super pit, the super pit in Romana, which is going to double production over time from 120 to more than 240 metric tons. Madam Speaker, this is the way you build the economy, by encouraging production, not shutting down production. Madam Speaker, again, because of the improved investment climate, a mine that was abandoned 17 years ago, 20 years ago, Luansha mine, as we speak right now, 23 years. As we speak right now, as everybody knows, the mine is being dewatered, and in a few years, the mine is coming back to life. Madam Speaker, this is the way we improve the economy, by encouraging production. Madam Speaker, this Luansha mine is going to create 3,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, we all know that Luvambe mine was also pushed almost into death. Luvambe mine is now coming back to life with the encouragement of this government, and the initial investment to be made is $300 million. Madam Speaker, there was a very old mine going back to the 70s and 80s called Kalengo Mine, I'm sure. Madam Speaker, Kalengo Mine in Fumbwe is also coming from out of the grave. As we speak right now, there is $200 million being invested in Kalengo Mine to increase production, because increasing production is how we improve the economy. Madam Speaker, still on the improved investment climate, the interest that the country is attracting in new mines is profound. The interest that the country is attracting in mines is profound. In other words, astonishing. For the first time in our country, a copper mine is being opened at Kitumba in Mombo district. Madam Speaker, whoever dreamt that in Mombo district there will be a copper mine? But now it is happening. And Madam Speaker, this mine is going to create 2,500 jobs. Madam Speaker, in addition to this, a total of $2 billion will be invested at the recently commissioned Mingomba mine project in Chirirawombe. And this will create 1,000 jobs. Madam Speaker, the final step in reviving the mining sector under the good investment climate is to encourage mineral exploration. Madam Speaker, new mines cannot be opened unless there is exploration taking place. I also want to state, Madam Speaker, that exploration by itself is actually a very important economic activity because money is spent, jobs are created, services are bought. So this exploration is a very important aspect of Madam Speaker, last year, the President announced that the country was going to launch a countrywide high-resolution aerial geophysical survey. In other words, exploration. Madam Speaker, to demonstrate that this is a President who just stands talk, as we speak right now, those aerial explorations are taking place. Those who are in doubt, pick a call, make a call to people in the northwestern, western province, southern province. They will tell you that, yes, we see the airplanes flying up and down. So exploration, Madam Speaker, is taking place because this is the way to open new mines, and this is the way to encourage production, and this is the way to grow the economy. Madam Speaker, copper production in the first half of 2024 increased by 6.2% to 346,747 metric tons, compared to 326,408 tons in 2023. Madam Speaker, I'm very hopeful that this rebound marks the start of our consistent journey toward the target of 3 million tons of copper production. With the profound interest that we've seen in the expansion of the existing mines, the development of new mines, and the expansion in the mineral exploration, I have no doubt that we shall reach the target of 3 million tons. And this will help to establish a strong economy never seen in the country before. Madam Speaker, government will also continue to encourage exploration of hydrocarbons such as oil and gas to help unleash areas of new investment for our country. In this regard, we shall emulate the approaches taken by neighboring and other countries that have succeeded in attracting capital in the country on a win-win basis. Madam, before I move away from the mining sector, the House needs to know that government will this year formalize trading in gold. Government is establishing gold marketing centers with pilot projects in Mumba and the Rufonsa district. The Minister of Mines will provide details in due course. I therefore now want to move to the agriculture and livestock and fisheries sector. Madam Speaker, building the resilience in the agricultural sector is imperative for the growth of our economy. During the 2023-2024 farming season, crop production was severely affected by the drought in 7 out of the 10 provinces. This resulted in reduced production of soybeans by 78%, rice production reduced by 61%, and maize production reduced by 54%. A similar pattern was observed in other crops such as cassava, millet, sorghum, wheat, groundnuts, and others. The consequence was a deficit in the national food balance sheet of 2.1 million metric tons equivalent of maize. Madam, in July this year, government launched the Comprehensive Agricultural Transformation Support Program. The program has 7 components, namely irrigation, mechanization financing, farm blocks, extension services, input support, agro-processing, infrastructure development, and the objective in all this, of course, is to expand the sector. Madam Speaker, to reduce over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture, this government will continue to promote irrigation development. To this end, we will continue with the ongoing irrigation schemes and embark on the construction of 5 new dams, namely Chikombe in Katete, Kashambana in Kerema, Mulemba in Kalomo, Namakala in Mulobezi, and Pemba in Pemba districts. Madam, let me assure the nation through this House that the new Dawn administration has no intention, I repeat, this government has no intention of abandoning the Farmer Input Support Program. The intention of government is to merely, I repeat, Madam Speaker, let me assure the nation through this House that the new Dawn administration has no intention of abandoning the Farmer Input Support Program. The intention of government is to improve performance of the program and ensure that only eligible farmers benefit, because that's the way it should be. Government will therefore in 2025 not only increase the amount of the, but will also fully migrate to the farmer e-voucher system, because it is more flexible and effective under the processes. Madam Speaker, to increase the area under agriculture production, government has continued with farm block developments at Luena, Nansanga, and Shikabeta. At Luena, 275 hectares is under avocado production right now, and the first harvest is expected next month. In addition, an anchor farmer has commenced maize production. A total of 50 kilometers of road network in Nansanga and 30 kilometers in Luena farm blocks have been completed. Further, government has demarcated 350 farms. Government has further demarcated 350 farms and approved 36 core ventures at Kalumwange, Kalungushi, Luena, Luswishi, Mansha, Msokotwane, Shikabeta, and Solwezi farm blocks. Madam, in the livestock subsector, government will continue to prioritize disease control and prevention. Government has this year procured 620,000 doses of CBPP vaccine for 380,800 cattle in Muchinga, northern, northwestern, western provinces. Further, 437,000 cattle were vaccinated against foot and mouth diseases in Itejiteji, Kalomo, Mukushi, and Namwala. Madam Speaker, this government is treating and providing support for livestock. Madam Speaker, government will continue to undertake animal disease and prevention measures through the construction of biosecurity checkpoints, quarantine stations, and to operationalize regional and district laboratories. In this regard, Madam Speaker, Chipata and Choma laboratories they are now operational, while Isoka and Mongo are partially operational. Works at Kasama, Ndola, and Solwezi laboratories are expected to be completed by the end of the year. Equipment for all the 7 labs has been procured and distributed. Further, the construction of the vaccine plant at Central Veterinary Institute has commenced so that we produce vaccines in this country. Madam, to increase livestock production to 7 million, by 2027 and increase the number of households engaged in livestock farming, government will enhance stocking and restocking programs and is targeted to distribute 6,000 heifers as well as 300 superior bulls for both artificial insemination and natural mating amongst the community herds. Yes. Madam Speaker, the interventions we have been putting in place in the fishery subsector are paying dividends. The national fish deficit, and I repeat, the national fish deficit has reduced to 51,000 metric tons from 74,000 metric tons in 2023. To ensure all year-round production of fingerlings at government fish farms, greenhouses are being constructed at Chadiza, Kaoma, Mwenda, Mwinilonga, and Sinda fish farms. To further increase fingerling production, 3 hatcheries are being established in Kasempa, that's in Kaundeland, in Kasempa, Mushindamo, Samfia, and this will bring the total to 84 in 2025. This will increase fingerling production to 460 million in 2025 from the current 433 million. Madam Speaker, I move on to energy, which I'm sure is of interest to many people here. Madam Speaker, our dependence on hydropower generation, hydro means electricity from water, is at 84%. And this has exposed our vulnerability to climate change events. Due to the drought, the current generation capacity has significantly reduced to around 1,225 megawatts against the installed capacity of 3,811 megawatts. This undergeneration is mainly responsible for the shortage of electricity. Madam, in a bid to urgently address the power deficit, we have taken a multi-pronged approach. First, contrary to what people are claiming, that we are not importing, Madam Speaker, we are importing power from other countries. We are importing from Mozambique, we are importing from Namibia, we are importing from South Africa. And, Madam Speaker, as we import, unlike last time, we pay. Unlike those who imported and never paid, this time we pay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I repeat, in a bid to urgently address the power deficit, we have taken a more pronged approach. First, we are importing power from other countries. These are Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And this time, as we import, we pay. Madam Speaker, I'm saying this, Madam Speaker. I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because those who used to import before, they were not paying. Madam Speaker, second, Madam Speaker, we are promoting the use of off-grid solutions such as industrial generators and solar systems. Madam Speaker, these are already being installed. These generators are being installed. I'm sure we've seen them in the markets. I'm sure we've seen them at hospitals. We've seen them in schools. Third, Madam Speaker, government has encouraged the construction of an additional thermal power plant at Mamba. It was previously at 300. With the steps that we've taken, by next year, production at Mamba will double to 600 megawatts. Madam Speaker, obviously, Madam Speaker, constructing a thermal or coal power station is not something that you do in 1 month. It takes time. So when I say next year, this is just so.
Order, honorable members, order.
Madam Speaker, the fourth step that we've taken is that ZESCO and private investors are investing a number of solar power stations right now in strategic locations. To give examples of these solar power stations, there's one to be invested, it's being invested right now at Chisamba, which is 100 megawatts. In Choma, there's one, 50 megawatts. Kasama, there's one, 100 megawatts. Kariba, 100 megawatts. So, Madam Speaker, you can see that this government, in spite of the problems that are there, is taken steps by step to improve the situation. If this had happened so in the past, Madam Speaker, we would not be having the problem today. Madam Speaker, government is also implementing a net metering initiative to encourage consumers to generate power. What this means, Madam Speaker, those with the capacity, you can install power in the roof of your house, and if you have excess power coming out of that, you'll be in a position to push it on the grid. So individuals will be in a position to generate power, and if they produce excess, they can sell it to ZESCO and get credit for that. Madam Speaker, on top of that, we have rationalized or streamlined the system of licensing so that instead of these processes taking too long, they can move faster. Madam Speaker, I also want to say something that sometimes we may not want to say, or we may not want to hear, but it's the truth. Part of the severe power shortage that the country is going through now is as a result of our nation, and I emphasize the point nation. Yes. All of us, the opposition to what the energy experts have been telling us over decades. In warning against over-dependence on hydroelectrical power, in other words, electricity from water, the experts have always said, over 20 years and more, that we need to have an energy mix that is dependent on hydro, also other sources of power. The issue, though, is that these other sources of power, they're expensive compared to hydro. So experts have always been saying we need to accept some increase in tariff so that these investments into the other sources of power come on stream so that we have more electricity. This is what the experts have been saying going back to the UNIP days. And we've been, as a nation, Madam Speaker, it is clear at this stage that this opposition is short, because now that the loss of power is proving to be real, we are realizing that in fact electricity, the absence of electricity is more expensive than something. Why is that the reason? Because when you have no electricity, business shuts down. That is very expensive. Madam, when you have no electricity, you have to buy genset. You have to run those gensets. The cost of electricity for that becomes very high. So the very thing that we're trying to avoid we, the chickens, have come home to roost. What is the answer? The answer is that we must accept that we must attract investment into alternative energy sources at a slightly higher prices so that we are assured of the availability of electricity. This is what this government is going to do. However, Madam Speaker, I'm reading from the speech, it's in the mind. However, Madam Speaker, I must say that when we say we are going to encourage alternative source of energy at slightly more high prices, the government is saying that everyone will be given a minimum threshold, something that can make you survive at a lower price. At a lower price. It now becomes up to each one of us, to say to ourselves, now that I've exhausted, or rather, it becomes up to one of us to say, if I consume more than what I've been given, I must pay more. And then it becomes up to each one of us to see how we manage our energy consumption. If you manage your energy consumption within an amount that is free or which is subsidized, you will never pay anything more. In fact, you pay less. If we go through that process, this is how we are going to encourage more investment, and the issue of load shedding is going to end. Madam Speaker, to increase access to electricity in the rural areas, government will continue to implement the rural electrification program. So far, 131 grid development and 38 off-grid renewable energy projects have been completed. REA, the Rural Electrification Authority, is currently operating 12 main grid stations, resulting in 2,100 connections. By the end of the year, 15 new solar projects will be completed, and this will result in 3,421 connections. Madam, let me go on to the issue of transport and logistics. And my initial remark or opening remark here is that with the passion which members of this House debate roads and other transport modes is a clear indication of the importance they attach to the sector. Government will therefore continue to invest and encourage investment in the construction, rehabilitation, and the maintenance of the roads, aviation, and maritime infrastructure. Let me now update the nation on the recent developments in the sector, starting with the roads. Madam Speaker, the construction of the 210 kilometers Chinsali-Nakonde road, which started in 2018, is at 98% completion and will be completed by the end of this year. In addition, Madam Speaker, government has secured funding from cooperating partners for the rehabilitation of the 162 kilometers of the Jinsali-Mpika road. Further, government, through the Transport Corridor for Economic Resilience project, will rehabilitate 238 kilometers of road network from Serenje to Mpika. Madam Speaker, the rehabilitating and upgrading of the 71 kilometers Monze-Niko road commenced in 2023 and is scheduled to be completed in 2025. Rehabilitation of the Lusaka-Mongo road from Tate-Yoyo Gate to Katunda-Lukuru Junction, covering a distance of 87 kilometers, commenced in August this year, and the works are scheduled to be completed in 2026. In addition, rehabilitation of the 88-kilometer Batoka-Mamba road commenced in March this year and is scheduled to be completed in 2026. Madam Speaker, in July this year, government concluded negotiations with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is an agency of the U.S. government, for a grant, in other words, a gift, of $458 million. The Millennium Challenge Corporation Board has since approved the project, and signing is scheduled to take place just this coming month, October, here in Lusaka. The funds, among others, will be used to rehabilitate and maintain the Mumbwa Landless Corner Road, as well as the Chipata Lundazi to Old Magodi, from Chipata Lundazi to Old Magodi in the Eastern Province. So this is being signed next week, on this coming month. Madam Speaker, government is upgrading and rehabilitating 22 kilometers. Madam Speaker, government is upgrading and rehabilitating 22 kilometers of urban roads in Lusaka and Sinongosongwe this year. In 2025, government will upgrade and rehabilitate more urban roads in Choma, Kitwe, Luansha, Lusaka, Mazabuka, Ndola, Sinazongwe, and Solwezi. Madam, let me now turn to our flagship instrument in the road subsector, namely the public-private partnership. This government found empty coffers, Madam Speaker. This government found empty coffers. And yet, The key infrastructure, like the Lusaka-Ndola Road, was in desperate need of repairs. While the need was recognized, suddenly there was no public money to repair the roads. This is how we turned to the public-private partnership to find a solution. And indeed, other countries have successfully used the same method. Madam Speaker, the New Dawn administration has demonstrated that the PPP can deliver results in infrastructure. Zambia currently is being cited all over Africa as an example of a success story in the implementation of PPPs. Through the PPP mode, government, as we all know, has signed 7 projects with a total coverage of 838 kilometers so far. As we speak, the Chingola-Kasumbalesa Road is completed and operational. Very good quality. Madam Speaker, as we speak right now, works on the Lusaka-Ndola dual carriageway, including the rehabilitation of Masangano-Fisengi-Luansha Road, are progressing very well. You don't need to debate about it because it's visible. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, another PPP project that is started, is under implementation right now, is the Katete-Chanida Road. Madam Speaker, as we speak right now, the road from Ndola to Sakania, to Mufulira, and Mokambo, I think we've all seen with our own eyes that this works. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as we speak right now, the Longmana to Kabimba Road, which will join with Kolwezi and DRC, we are hoping that the works will start in the last quarter of this year. So that is Lumana to Kabimba to Kolwezi in DRC. Madam, you can see that with very limited resources, this government is making so much progress in infrastructure of the roads without putting the citizens and the young people into new and sustainable debts. This is what is meant by good governance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will now turn to the feeder roads. Because they play a critical role in farming and rural communities. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, to report that 4,806 kilometers of feeder roads have been graded and rehabilitated or maintained across the country. Of these, almost 3,000 kilometers were graded and maintained under CDF, while the rest have been rehabilitated, are being made under the Improved Rural Connectivity Project supported by the World Bank. Madam Speaker, regarding the feeder roads, I have some good news for you, as I indicated earlier on. So when we come to the issue of, when I start talking about the 2025 budget, I'm going to review this good news on the feeder roads. And Madam Speaker, no one knows about this so far. Madam, in the rail subsector, government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of China and Tanzania to rehabilitate and modernize Tazara. This is what the President witnessed in China, to demonstrate that when this President goes to places, it's not party after party, is to do work. Madam Speaker, once rehabilitated, tonnage on the railway line will increase to 2.5 million tons instead of the current 500,000 tons. Madam Speaker, with support of cooperating partners, the New Dawn government is actively working to revitalize Zambia railways in a methodical and cost-effective manner. The ultimate goal is to improve track speed, signaling, and secure funding for long-term investments. Madam Speaker, in the second phase, the government aims to accelerate the acquisition of additional grant financing for the long-term rehabilitation of the railway system from Chingola to Livingstone. In addition, the government is in discussion with the cooperating partners for possible support with the rail wagons and locomotives. Moving on to tourism, I want to report that 2 years ago, this government took some bold measures to assist the sector to quickly recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The measures included robust marketing, hosting of conferences, and favorable policies such as waiver of visa fees. The outcome of the measures have been very good. During the first half of 2024, for example, Madam Speaker, there's been a 21% increase in international arrivals in our country. 21% increase in tourist arrivals to 732,732 compared to the same period in 2003. Madam, to conserve biodiversity and promote integrated transboundary management, government will continue to collaborate with neighboring countries in the development of transfrontier conservation areas. So far, the Kavango-Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area has been implemented, while agreements with Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe have been signed. These agreements will facilitate the development of infrastructure to ease movements of tourists across borders. Madam Speaker, in the 2024 budget address, I informed this House that $100 million of the Green, Resilient, and Transformational Tourism Development Project from the World Bank will support the development of tourism infrastructure at Kasarava Bay, Liwa National Park, and the source of the Zambezi River. I'm happy to report that the project has since commenced. Feasibility studies that will inform the planned infrastructure development in the project areas are underway, and construction works are scheduled to commence in 2025. Manufacturing, Madam Speaker, the manufacturing sector has been growing. However, this year, it has been adversely affected by the shortage of electricity due to the drought. According to preliminary data, the sector grew by 4% in the first quarter of 2024, but contracted by 2.7% in the second quarter. Madam, to support the growth of manufacturing, government has continued to develop multi-facility and special economic zones. So far this year, the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone has secured $110 million in investment from 15 companies, bringing the cumulative investment to $1.6 billion US. Currently, the zone has 30 fully operational companies, which have created about 16,000 jobs for our people. Further, 21 companies are at construction stage, and these have created 8,450 jobs. The Jiangxi Multi-Facility Economic Zone in Chivombo has attracted investment in excess of $40 million in the production and the recycling of batteries and manufacturing of copper cables, thereby creating more than 400 jobs. Madam Speaker, to support the sector further, government is in the process of establishing special economic zones for beef in Kafue Flats and crop production in Kafulafuta, Lufanyama, Masaiti, and Mpongwe and Ngawe districts. Madam, let me also shed some light on specific achievements that this government has realized in this sector. I will repeat. Let me also shed some light on specific achievements that this government has realized in this sector. The Zambia-China Mulungushi textiles was finally reopened in August this year with a planned investment of $170 million. Madam Speaker, the company was abandoned 17 years ago, and in the past years there were false promises after false promises that the company would be reopened. It has taken Bali to fix it. The UPND government has truly reopened it, and the company is now expected to create more than 500 jobs. Madam Speaker, the development of Zambia-China Mulungushi textiles, will be done in 4 phases. Phase 1 is the printing of fabrics and garments. Phase 2, somebody was saying there are no lights. Under phase 2, solar panels will be installed. And Madam Speaker, in phase 3, installation of spinning facilities and a 20 megawatt solar power plant will be installed. Madam Speaker, under phase 4, there will be a development of a cotton value chain and will include engaging small-scale farmers through an outgrower scheme. The company has since started receiving machines, and anyone can go and examine this. The company has since started receiving machines and equipment which will enable completion of the first 3 phases this year, 2024. Madam, I wish to elaborate further again on what is happening in the manufacturing sector, this time giving an example in the fertilizers subsector. Madam Speaker, from being a net importer of fertilizer, I'm happy to report that the country is now a net exporter of compound D fertilizer. In 2023, Madam Speaker, the country exported over 19,000 metric tons of fertilizer to neighboring countries. This year, more than 91,000 metric tons will be exported. Further, Madam Speaker, I don't know how many of you, I don't know how many of us have seen an advert by Zema. That advert is about opening a phosphate mine, I think in Katete, which is going to supplement and support this factory. So, Madam Speaker, things are happening. Madam Speaker, further, Madam Speaker, construction of a urea plant with a production capacity of 300,000 metric tons per annum is expected to be commissioned by early 2025. This will make Zambia not only self-sufficient in fertilizer, but, as I said earlier on, we'll be exporting to our neighbors. Madam Speaker, this is how you grow the economy, by encouraging production. Small and medium enterprise development. Madam Speaker, government will continue to support SMEs. Our interventions will focus on facilitating access to affordable financing and provision of infrastructure. In this regard, government will continue implementing empowerment programs such as that under the Citizens Economic Empowerment Fund, as well as Women and Youth Empowerment Fund under the CDF. Madam, under the Citizens Economic Empowerment Fund, government has over the last 3 years dispersed more than 950 million kwacha to over 83,000 beneficiaries. Further, under the CDF, government has this year dispersed more than 485 million kwacha to youth, women, persons living with disabilities, and cooperatives. Madam Speaker, to provide appropriate infrastructure for SME operations, government has completed the construction of industrial yards in Chipata, Kasama, Kitwe, Lusaka, Mansa, Mongu, Ndola, and Solwezi. So far, 108 SMEs and 38 cooperatives have been onboarded and operating in the yards. The construction of the second phase of the yards is earmarked to commence in 2025 and will focus on constructing industrial yards in the remaining 3 provinces. Madam Speaker, to further address challenges faced by SMEs in accessing affordable finance, government increased the allocation of the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme to 386 million in 2024 from 150 million in 2023. The allocation to the scheme will increase further in 2025, as I will highlight when I come to the expenditure measures. Madam Speaker, to mitigate the impact of drought of the agriculture and energy sectors, the Bank of Zambia will soon roll out a support facility fund. Bank of Zambia will soon roll out a support facility fund which will be provided to eligible financial institutions to only lend to businesses and households operating in the sectors such as SMEs. Information and communication technology. Madam Speaker, in the first half of this year, the number of active mobile cellular subscriptions increased to 21.9 million people, from 20.1 million people in the corresponding period in 2023. This represents an increase in the mobile penetration rate to 109.2 per 100 inhabitants, from 102.4 over the same period last year. To accelerate digital transformation, government will continue to invest in communication technology and infrastructure across the country. A total of 202 towers were being constructed and will be completed by the end of this year. 202 towers. Of these, 171 are being constructed by government through ZICTA at a cost of 409 million kwacha, while 31 are being constructed by the private sector. Madam, I'm happy to report that a fourth mobile network provider, Z Mobile, commenced operations in August this year. The operator is committed to invest over $400 million and is expected to create more than 450 jobs. Madam Speaker, following the granting of a low Earth orbit satellite license to Starlink, unsaved and underserved areas are now being connected. So far, government has procured 525 Starlink kits, out of which 288 will be installed in 109 post offices, 23 at youth resource centers, and of course 156 of these kits will be installed in each of our constituencies. I'm sure some of the colleagues here have already received those Starlinks. The balance of the 237 kits will be installed in agricultural camps, selected local authorities, and border facilities, so that we can improve public service delivery. Madam, government realizes the significance of establishing digital transformation centers. These centers offer access to digital tools, internet services, and training programs. To this end, government has embarked on the rehabilitation of post offices, which will be installed as digital transformation centers. This year, 48 digital transformation centers have been established, out of which 23 are located in youth resource centers and 25 in rural health posts. Further, 75 post offices will be repurposed into digital transformation centers with full internet connectivity by the end of this year. Madam Speaker, on science and technology, innovation remains pivotal. To sustain progress and ensure long-term growth, government will continue to prioritize investment in research and development to enhance the country's innovation capacity. These investments are essential to driving economic growth, industrialization, and diversification. Madam, notable progress has been made in the establishment of innovation hubs and incubators. To date, 53 innovation hubs and 21 incubators have been established to nurture startups, promote entrepreneurship, and accelerate the growth of tech-based businesses. Madam Speaker, let me also say something on human and social development. Madam Speaker, under this, I'll start with education. Madam, government will continue to improve access to quality education through infrastructure development, teacher recruitment, curriculum development, and provision of teaching requisites. Madam, the provision of free education is meant to ensure that no child is left behind. Since its introduction in 2022, we have seen a massive increase in enrollment of about 2 million learners. 2 million new learners since 2022. Invariably, the increase led to a deterioration in the teacher-pupil ratio to 1 to 60 in 2022, from 1 to 43, 1 to 43. In other words, 1 teacher to 43 children in 2021. Obviously, because the children could not afford to go to school. So when it was made free, many came, and for every teacher now, there are 6 pupils. So it is a problem, but the good news is that the solution to solve this problem are there. And this is what I'll elaborate. Of course, it also led to congestion in classrooms and shortages of desks in rural areas. Madam Speaker, to address these challenges, government currently embarks on the recruitment of teachers, construction of schools and classrooms, as well as procurement and the rehabilitation of desks. The solution for that, Madam Speaker, is in the CDF. Because with the CDF, we are building classrooms. With the CDF, we are building desks. With the CDF, we are building teachers' houses. So, yes, there were initial problems, but the framework for solving these problems is intact. Madam Speaker, to improve the quality of education, we have recruited an unprecedented number of teachers since 2022. Cumulatively now, since we started recruiting, we've recruited 39,250,000 teachers. This has resulted in an improvement in the teacher-pupil ratio to an average of 1 to 51 in 2024, from 1 to 60 in 2022. In 2024, Madam Speaker, 2024 this year, we are recruiting 4,200 teachers. And Madam Speaker, in 2025, we are recruiting an additional 2,000 teachers. Teacher recruitment is a major driver of ensuring quality education through increased teacher-pupil ratio. Madam Speaker, government is constructing a total of 317 secondary schools across the country. Of these, 151 have been completed, and the balance of 161 are scheduled for completion by the end of 2025. Government is also constructing 480 early child education centers, earmarked for completion by the end of 2025. Madam Speaker, to improve the learning environment for our learners, government has continued to procure desks in public schools. So far, 812,600 desks have been procured, out of which 712,562, or 87%, were procured using CDF. As indicated in my last address, the target is to procure locally and not import desks from anywhere in the world, which of course is also providing jobs and business opportunities for our people. Madam, to address the challenge of accommodation in public universities, government is constructing 58 hostel blocks across the 8 public universities, with a total bed capacity of 9,200. To further improve the learning environment in our public universities, government is constructing additional university infrastructure at Charimana, Mukuba, Nkrumah, and Palavana universities. Madam Speaker, government has prioritized the expansion of TVET infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. This is to ensure that technical education is accessible by our citizens. To this effect, the construction of Mporokoso and the Londazi Training Institute and the student hosted at Ukwimi and Chipata Trade Institute have been completed. These institutions have been equipped with state-of-the-art training equipment. Further, the Mombwa Polytechnic and student hostels at Evelynhorn will be completed. Government, in partnership with Kajem Mining, has also commenced the construction of the Polytechnic in Lufanyama. On health, Madam Speaker, government considers the health of our people to be very important. We therefore continue providing quality and affordable health care services by strengthening health systems, recruiting health personnel, providing drugs and medical supplies, as well as developing infrastructure, especially in rural areas. Madam, the New Dawn administration has been recruiting health personnel ever since it assumed office in 2021. During the last 3 years, over 14,276 frontline health workers have been recruited. This year, 2024, 4,000 more health workers. Another frontline health personnel will be hired in 2025, bringing the total since this government came into office to 20,000 recruitments. Madam Speaker, the goal is to achieve one of the goals of the government is to make sure that all health facilities have at least one qualified health personnel person to ensure quality health care. Further, the increase in the number of frontline health workers has contributed to a reduction in maternal and child mortality, as 82% of all deliveries now are conducted by skilled personnel due to the increase in the recruitment. Madam Speaker, government has completed the construction of 7 level 1 hospitals in Chirilabombwe, Kitwe, Mambwe, Mansabombwe, Ncherenge, and Dola districts. These state-of-the-art hospitals are equipped with modern medical facilities. Madam, government has also completed constructing 279 health facilities across the country, out of which 164 were constructed using CDF. These facilities include 115 mini hospitals, 33 healthcare centers, and 131 health posts. The construction of the 800 beds Space King Salman bin Abdulaziz specialized hospital for women and children is 70% complete. The hospital is scheduled for completion in 2025. Madam Speaker, to improve maternal health care, government has constructed 123 maternal annexes across the country. Of these, 82 have been constructed under CDF. An additional 30 annexes will be constructed in 2025 using CDF. Madam, the continued repatriation of patients abroad, the continued repatriation of patients abroad for specialized treatment is costly to the nation. To mitigate this, the government has been capacitating our local health facilities to perform specialized treatment. To this end, the National Heart Hospital has this year conducted 137 surgeries, out of which 51 were open heart surgeries, and 86 coronary angiograms. In addition, government has commenced the construction of the Ndola Cancer Treatment Center and is also modernizing the Cancer Disease Hospital in Lusaka. Construction of the Cancer Treatment Center in Livingstone will commence before the end of this year. Madam Speaker, government has continued to procure medicines and medical supplies to ensure availability at all times. Consequently, Madam Speaker, the drug stock availability has increased. You recall, Madam Speaker, there used to be lots of complaints. I'm happy to say that the drug stock availability has increased to 85% at health centers and 76% at the hospital level, from 37% and 46% in 2021, respectively. This is above the 70% threshold recommended by the United Nations Health Organizations. To prevent theft of medicines, government is implementing a digital inventory management systems to track medicines. I'll read that again. To prevent theft of medicines, government is implementing digital inventory management systems to track medicines from procurement to dispensing. Madam, to improve the patient care and enhance record management in public health facilities, government is already implementing an electronic health record system known as Smart Care Pro Systems. And by the end of this year, most facilities, or by 2026, most facilities would have been covered. On water and sanitation, Madam Speaker, water is life, and it's therefore critical that we fully harness the resource. To this effect, government has since 2022 constructed 16 dams, rehabilitated 12, and maintained 770 across the country. These dams are expected to harvest at least 15.7 million cubic meters of water to benefit 2 million people, livestock, and also for irrigation. In 2025, government will construct 12 dams, rehabilitate 14, and maintain 385. Government, Madam, with regard to boreholes, government has since 2022 constructed 2,277 boreholes and rehabilitated 3,025 boreholes. In addition, 365 piped water schemes have been constructed across the country. These interventions are benefiting over 900,000 people. In 2025, the target is to construct 947 boreholes and 500 piped water schemes, as well as rehabilitate boreholes. Madam Speaker, under the Food Security and Drought Response Plan, a total of 1,835 water points will be constructed countrywide in 2025. Of these, 1,500 will be piped water schemes for rural communities, 100 commercial boreholes to support water utilities, 150 boreholes to support livestock, and 75 boreholes to support wildlife. These interventions will benefit more than 3.5 million people. Madam Speaker, I further wish to report that works on the integrated small towns water supplies and sanitation project in Luapula, Muchinga, northern provinces have been completed, and these will benefit over 900,000 people. Works in the western province are at 78% and will be completed in 2025. Madam Speaker, to mitigate against waterborne diseases and improve sanitation, since 2022, a total of 706 waterborne sanitation facilities have been constructed, while construction of an additional 155 facilities is ongoing and is scheduled for completion in 2025. The facilities are being constructed in public spaces such as schools, health centers, markets, and so forth. Madam, Let me now move to social protection. The New Dawn administration is unwavering in its resolve to improve the living standards of the poor and the vulnerable members of our society. In this regard, Madam Speaker, government will continue to implement social protection programs such as the social cash transfer, food security pack, and keeping girls in school. In addition, government introduced the cash for work to support our people in the current drought situation. The number of beneficiaries under various social programs, in other words, Madam Speaker, the number of beneficiaries under the social cash transfer, the two components, and the cash for work and the others, the number of beneficiaries as at August 2024 stood at 2.5 million households. Households. If you're to extend that into individuals, the number of interventions will have impact on almost 14 million people. Madam, under the regular social cash transfer, the number of beneficiary households increased to 1.3 million as at end August 2024 from 1.1 million in 2023. To further cushion beneficiary households from the effects of the drought, the regular social cash transfer beneficiaries are now receiving an additional 200 kwacha per month during this year of drought. In other words, these people used to receive 200 kwacha per month before the drought. Now, under the drought program, they are receiving 400 kwacha per month to assist them to cope with food requirements. Madam Speaker, government is further providing the drought emergency for people identified who are vulnerable to drought, and these two are receiving 400 kwacha per month, and this is benefiting 570 households that have become vulnerable as a result of crop failure. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that the drought emergency social cash transfer is for the period of the drought. Madam, the Cash for Work program in response to the drought experienced in 2023-2024 farming season is being implemented. The program is being implemented in 123 constituencies, those which were affected. And Madam Speaker, to ensure that the benefits go down to the very level, to the basic level, as I said, money is not just being sent to provinces, money is not being sent to districts, money is being sent to constituencies. And in each constituency, money is being sent to the wards, depending on the population and vulnerability. So this intervention, Madam Speaker, is going deep down, to the basic structures in our society. Madam Speaker, through this Cash for Work program, government is not only improving the quality of lives of the people, but also providing public services through the works being undertaken, which include clearing of solid waste in drainage, cleaning of public places, garbage collection, and road maintenance. Madam Speaker, government will continue keeping girls in school and empower women under the Girls' Education and Women Empowerment and Livelihood Project. The Keeping Girls in School component will be expanded to support 262,444 girls in response to increased demand following the implementation of the free education policy. The Women's Empowerment and Livelihood component will be scaled up to all the 116 districts covering 200,000 beneficiaries. Madam, with regard to the pension system, government's goal is to be current with payments and reduce the waiting time for pensioners under the Public Service Pension Fund and local authorities' superannuation fund. Government will therefore continue to dismantle pension arrears. Further, government through the National Pension Scheme, NAPSA, will continue to implementing partial withdrawal of pension benefits to help improve people's livelihood and empower individuals for their immediate investment. Environmental sustainability, Madam Speaker, the devastating effect of the climate change have demonstrated the importance of environmental sustainability. In this regard, government this year launched the National Green Growth Strategy aimed at creating green jobs, enhancing resilience to shocks, and creating business opportunities. Madam, to build resilience against climate change, government will continue to expand, modernize, and maintain meteorological equipment such as automatic weather stations that have been installed in 116 districts. Further, to increase access to weather-related information, climate data records have been digitized. We have also scaled up provision of meteorological information for use in the aviation, agriculture, water, and energy sectors. On good governance, Madam Speaker, government is committed to providing a conducive environment through which political, social, and economic affairs can be conducted in a transparent and efficient manner. Government remains resolute to enforcing the rule of law, upholding human rights, and enhancing transparency and accountability in the management of public resources. To this end, government will undertake legislative, structural, and policy reforms in a number of areas, such as fiscal policy, domestic resource mobilization, and debt management. On fiscal policy, Madam Speaker, in order to ensure that government has resources to meet disasters, given the frequency and intensity of climate change, government will establish a stabilization fund. To this end, revenues derived from the mineral royalty in excess of the projection will be channeled to the stabilization fund. To further increase resources available to financing disasters, government is working with the development financial institutions to access contingent financing immediately a natural disaster occurs. On domestic resource mobilization, Madam Speaker, domestic resource mobilization remains critical for the smooth implementation of government programs. Government will therefore continue to implement policy and administrative interventions to broaden the tax base and to curb revenue leakages. In this regard, Zambia Revenue Authority has restructured its operating model to make it more efficient and effective in tax administration. This includes the use of enhanced data analytics and compliance risk management. Madam, in December 2023, government rolled out the smart invoicing system to optimize revenue collection and seal leakages. So far, 19,262 taxpayers are registered on this system, out of which 10,019 are VAT tax registered on the system. The remaining eligible VAT taxpayers are requested to register on the system by 30th September this year, as after that, ZRA would not recognize any invoices issued outside the system. Madam Speaker, as I indicated in my last budget address, the coordinated border management has been implemented at Kazungula and Chirundu, one border stop post. This has limited the number of regulatory agencies at the border post to 6 and has improved processing efficiency. Madam, government, in collaboration with the local authorities, will implement measures to enhance revenue collection, particularly in property taxes. On debt management, I'm pleased to inform you that government has made significant progress in structuring our debt, our external debt, in June this year. Government had successfully restructured its Eurobonds. The restructured bonds were issued on the 12th of June 2024 and currently trading on the international markets. Madam, with regard to the debt owed to the official creditors, the House may recall that government had reached debt restructuring agreement with its official creditors in 2023, and we have made significant progress on that. Madam Speaker, with regard to the status of the debt restructuring, negotiations with other commercial creditors, I wish to report that these are at different stages as follows. We've concluded negotiations with Paramount and Huawei Technologies, and we've since executed the agreement. We also recently reached agreement in principle with some Chinese banks. So this, Madam Speaker, is making progress. Madam Speaker, the implementation of the debt restructuring exercise is having notable benefits for Zambia. It has created the much-needed fiscal space for implementation of developmental programs to the benefit of the Zambian people. Madam Speaker, just to illustrate this, Madam Speaker, accumulated arrears on external debt up to December 2023 were $5.34 billion. Debt service due in 2024 would have been $2.15 billion. So without debt restructuring, debt service in 2024 would have been $2.15 billion. If the debt was not restructured. A total debt service payable in 2025 would have been $8 billion, equivalent to $264 billion, which would have swallowed up the entire budget of Zambia. As a responsible government, we've managed to restructure the debt. In this regard, we only pay $599 million, which is about $16.7 billion in 2025. So, Madam Speaker, the debt restructuring has had a very useful impact for us. Madam Speaker, on decentralization, in ensuring that services are taken closer to the people without leaving anyone behind, government has continued to devolve functions to local authorities. Madam, CDF is working. A total of 9,992 community projects have been under implementation in sectors such as health, education, water and sanitation and agriculture. We have witnessed improved provision of running water to communities. Desks have been provided in schools, and there is now an acceleration in the pickup. Madam Speaker, to make the implementation of the CDF effective and efficient, government enacted the Constituency Development Fund in 2024, and this act has streamlined operations. Madam Speaker, let me now move to the budget for 2025. Madam Speaker, in 2025, government proposes to spend 217 billion kwacha, or 26% of GDP. Now, those of you who are listening, if we had not structured the debt, Zambia next year would be paying almost 270 billion on debt service alone. This year, the total budget that we have, 2025, is 217, which means if we had not restructured the debt, the whole of the budget next year would just to go to debt service and nothing else. So, Madam Speaker, this is just how important this debt restructuring is. So 217 or 26% of the budget of the GDP is what we are spending next year. Out of this amount, 174 billion or 80.2% of the budget will be financed by domestic revenue, while 8.2 billion or 3.8%, less than 4%, will be grants from our cooperating partners, and the balance of 34.7 billion or 16% will be financed through borrowing. Domestic borrowing will be 15.4 billion kwacha, or 7.1%, while 19.4 billion or 8.9% will come from external sources. Madam, I will now highlight some of the expenditure proposals in 2025 budget. As usual, what I highlight here is basically just a summary, because the expenditures in totality is what you see in the yellow book. Of course, if I was to read through the yellow book, we'll be here for 1 week, day and night. So this is just a summary of what is in the yellow book. So, Madam Speaker, under the expenditures, there are the following categories. First category, general public services. Madam Speaker, under the general public services, I propose to spend 73.8 billion, or 34% of the budget. Of this amount, 37.3 billion is for domestic debt servicing, 16.7 billion is for external debt payments, and 317.2 million for continuous voter registration. Further, I propose to spend 5.7 billion on outstanding government bills to increase liquidity in the economy. Madam Speaker, On the economic affairs, I propose to spend 48.7 billion or 22.4% of the budget on the economic affairs function to stimulate economic activity and improve livelihoods. Of this amount, 12 billion kwacha is for the construction, upgrade, and rehabilitation of roads. So this is an increase of about more than 4 billion from what we had last year. 12 billion is for the road sector. Madam Speaker, I've allocated 15.4 billion kwacha to support interventions in the agriculture, fisheries, and livestock subsectors. Of this amount, 9.3 billion is for the Farmer Input Support Program to benefit more than 1 million farmers. To ensure food security, I propose to increase the allocation for the strategic food reserves to 2.4 billion kwacha from the 1.7 billion kwacha. So the strategic reserves are now going to increase. Madam Speaker, I've increased the allocation to the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme, which I mentioned earlier on, to 852 million kwacha for the credit guarantee scheme, so that the SMEs, the small-scale farmers, and all the like that I spoke about, you can go to the bank, borrow money. If the bank needs security, there is credit guarantee that is being provided. Madam Speaker, in 2024, of course, this was only 386, so we've more than doubled the amount going to the credit guarantee. This increase will enable more of our small and medium enterprises to access affordable financing. The allocation will also support implementation of the Sustainable Agriculture Financing Facility, so that as many of us, we can grow 3 hectares, 5 hectares, 4 hectares, whether you are in employment or not. Madam Speaker, people wishing to benefit under the scheme, whether farmers or otherwise, can approach any of the participating banks for a loan. The bank will undertake the usual assessment, and if satisfied, will provide a loan, which of course will be partially guaranteed by government. Madam, earlier this afternoon I said the government is embarked upon aerial survey for minerals under the aerial geological and geophysical mapping. I have increased the allocation for this exercise to 364 million from 160 million last year, or this year. The mapping exercise will help define the nation's mineral resource endowment and attract investment. Madam Speaker, the enhanced CDF has proved to be a game changer. It is improving infrastructure, providing employment and income opportunities for many of our citizens, especially in the rural areas. I therefore propose to increase the allocation for CDF. The total amount in the budget is 5.6 billion in 2025 from 4.8 billion. This will increase the allocation to each constituency to 36.1. Madam Speaker, I'll repeat. The enhanced CDF has proved to be a game changer. It is improving infrastructure, providing employment and income opportunities for many of our citizens, especially in the rural areas. In other words, money is going to the rural areas. I therefore propose to increase the allocation for CDF to 5.6 billion kwacha in 2025 from 4.8 billion in 2024. This will increase the allocation to each constituency to 36.1. Madam Speaker, this amount 36 million kwacha, 36.1 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, I also need to say something. Obviously, this is a rise from the 30.6 million that we had this year to the 36.1. Now, earlier in my address today, I did indicate that I had some good news regarding CDF. This is the good news. Madam Speaker, but there is also something that I made to link on feeder roads. Madam Speaker, of this increased amount, which is the additional 3.3 million, the additional amount is now 5.5 compared to this year. So this 5.5 million, the 3.3 million out of that, which you are going to all receive, that is earmarked for treating feeder roads in the rural areas. Madam Speaker, so the way to achieve that, with the machines that some of you have and some that you are going to buy, because some constituencies will struggle with the fuel, this amount that we are allocating now, plus what you would normally put out of a normal CDF, that should help you now to be able to improve the feeder roads in the rural areas. Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter whether your constituency, it does not matter whether your constituency has got the yellow machines or not. If your neighbor has yellow machines, you can talk, isn't it? You can hire. It's still cheaper than going through. So, Madam Speaker, with this additional amount that we've given, the view of the government is that the feeder roads across the countryside should now improve in the manner we used to see them in the 60s, 70s. After every rain season, the machines moving, they're great. So, Madam Speaker, this is the good news that I had in my pockets, which I've now delivered. Madam Speaker, a stern warning, Madam Speaker, is appropriate at this stage to the officials involved in the administration of CDF, especially those management councils where, in spite of the efforts made by the government to eliminate red tape, change the laws, they are still very slow in implementation. Managing councils, in spite of the efforts already made to eliminate red tape and other legal sources of drain, the implementation of CDF projects remain painfully slow. In addition, audit reports have in many cases cited abuse of CDF funds, including illegal allowances. These vices are totally unacceptable, and therefore government will now be cracking the whip for those who are found to be erring. Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 700 million kwacha on the construction, upgrading, and rehabilitation of provincial aerodromes, so 700 million kwacha for upgrading provincial airports, aerodromes. This will improve airport infrastructure and boost the tourism sector. I've further allocated 1.3 billion for the development of the tourism infrastructure, wildlife conservation, and tourism marketing. In education, Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 31.5 billion or for 31.5 billion kwacha, or 14.5% of the budget goes to education. Of this amount, 2.3 billion is for grants to early childhood education, primary and secondary schools to continue providing free education to our children. The stern warning that I gave to the CDF implementation also applies in the school grants, because some of them are abused. Madam, I have also allocated 2.6 billion to education infrastructure, of which 1.6 billion is for the construction of 120 secondary schools, while 300.5 million is for the completion of the stalled hostels at the Copperbelt University, University of Zambia, and other public universities. Madam Speaker, to improve the teacher-pupil ratio, the government has allocated 80.3 million for the recruitment of 2,000 teachers in 2025. Further, I propose to increase the allocation to the school feeding program to 534.4 million in 2025 to keep learners in school and improve learning outcomes. Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 150 million on the implementation of the new national education curriculum, which will promote lifelong learning, entrepreneurship, and practical skills required by industry. In health, Madam Speaker, to support the health service, I propose to spend 23.2 billion, or 10.7% of the budget. Of this amount, 5 billion is for the procurement of medicines and medical supplies, while 718.2 million is for the procurement of medical equipment. I've further allocated 1.9 billion for various health infrastructure. Madam, to improve quality of health care, I propose to allocate 156.9 million for the recruitment of 2,000 health personnel. I have further allocated 120 million for continued improvement of healthcare management information systems. Housing and community amenity. Madam Speaker, I propose to spend 3 billion kwacha on housing and community amenities. Of this amount, 2.3 billion is for water supply and sanitation projects, which include construction of 947 boreholes and rehabilitation of 500 boreholes, as well as for the construction of 12 dams and rehabilitation of 14, in addition to promoting decent housing and access to clean and safe water supply and sanitation. These allocations will contribute to building resilience among our citizens. On social protection, in 2025, which includes the Drought Emergency Social Cash Transfer Program and 2 billion for the Cash for Work program. So the Cash for Work program continues in 2025. Madam Speaker, this is a clear demonstration of the commitment of the new Dawn government of alleviating poverty and building resilience for inclusive growth. Madam Speaker, if you look at these interventions, starting from this year, going into next year, there is no administration that has pushed so much money to the ordinary person on the ground to support them in poverty. This is really a first, and I think it is really a test to those who used to claim that they are for the poor people, when in fact the money went to a few people who would appear on social media boasting about how much bundles of money they have. That money which was being displayed like that, this money now is going to these people, to the owners in the social support programs. Madam, to ensure that our pensioners have a dignified life, I propose to increase the allocation to the Public Service Pension Fund to 4.2 billion kwacha from 3.9 billion in 2024. I've also allocated 400 million to the local authorities superannuation fund so that our colleagues who retire quickly get their money. Under public order and safety, Madam Speaker, I've allocated 8.4 billion or 3.9% of the budget towards public order and safety function. Of this amount, 217.8 million is for the implementation of the Integrated National Registration Information System. Other interventions will include construction of prison infrastructure and the modernization of law enforcement agencies. Other functions, Madam Speaker, I propose to allocate a total of 12.4 billion kwacha to the functions of defense, environment protection, and recreation, as well as culture and religion. Madam Speaker, let me now come to the revenue issues. Madam Speaker, following the successful restructuring of our external debt, we need to strengthen domestic resource mobilization to enable us to service the debt and sustain the public service delivery. This will be achieved through tax and non-tax policy rationalization, as well as enhanced administration of tax. In this regard, I will not propose any tax concessions in this budget. Instead, I propose revenue-generating measures. Madam, to address the challenge of undeclared income, to address the challenge of undeclared income and illicit financial flows, I propose to introduce an advance income tax at 15% on remittances exceeding $2,000 or its equivalent, and this will be for transactions made without a valid clearance certificate. So if you are transmitting money and you have a valid tax certificate, no problem, because you know you pay taxes. But if you come from nowhere with millions and millions, billions, and you want to transfer money, and there's no evidence that you pay taxes, then a condition for allowing you to transmit the tax is that 15% tax is going to be withheld before the transmission is made. Madam Speaker, so this will also apply to non-tax compliant exporters. This will also apply to corporate income tax rate to revise upwards to 20% from 15%. From additional products and value addition to copper cathodes. The harmonization is aimed at unifying the income tax regime under the medium term. Madam, to support local industries and encourage further investments, I propose to introduce and revise upwards selected goods surtax applicable on imports of specified products which are locally manufactured. Madam Speaker, to preserve the value of respective specific extra duty on tobacco and tobacco products, fuel and used motor vehicles, I propose an automatic annual adjustment index to the average inflation rate for the preceding year, which shall be capped at 20%. Madam, I propose to introduce exercise duty at the rate of 10% on the betting. Betting has become a very big business, and it looks like the tax compliance is not very transparent, so I'm proposing to introduce extra duty at the rate of 10% on the betting amount. Madam Speaker, I also propose to increase extra duty on non-alcoholic beverages to 1/4 per litre from the current 16 ngwe. Madam, I propose to revise upwards by 20% the bans for presumptive tax on the operators of motor vehicles for transport of persons. Non-tax revenue measures, Madam Speaker, I propose to introduce a fee of 1,500 kwacha on occupational safety and health training offered by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security when requested for. I also propose to introduce fees for mine safety and examination and revise geological survey fees upwards. Madam, I propose to increase fees for foreign artists because they do the same on our artists when they go out. I propose to increase the fees for foreign artists to 5,000 and 15,000 from 1,778 for SADC and non-SADC based artists respectively. I also propose to categorize the art promoter licenses to international, local, and venue and exhibition licenses. Madam Speaker, to provide improved technology and advisory services to farmers and other stakeholders, by the Zambia Agriculture Research Institute, I propose to introduce licensing fee for crop variety, basic and certified seed sales, and parental line sales. Madam Speaker, I propose the introduction of a fee of 2,500 kwacha for resident permit holders who stay outside Zambia for more than 6 months, in line with international practice. That's what other countries do. Madam Speaker, the revenue gain from these measures I've proposed is 3.1 billion kwacha. The measures will take effect on the 1st of January 2025. Housekeeping measures, Madam Speaker, to update, strengthen, and remove ambiguities in certain provisions of the tax laws and make tax administration more effective, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act, the Customs and Access Act, and the Value Added Tax, among others. Madam, and I want to conclude. As I indicated earlier in my address, this year is special because of the unprecedented drought we've faced. The drought is the worst in our living memory. It has challenged us as a people to be more compassionate, to look after each other, and more importantly, to lift each other up. We have been challenged to stand together as one Zambia, one nation, and build a more resilient and prosperous country. Madam, as is clearly evident in my address today, the New Dawn government has risen up to the challenge with ingenuity, determination, and unshakable resolve. We acknowledge the difficult times, but we remain comforted by the refrain that it is always darkest before the dawn of a bright new day. We are convinced that in the light of this new day, the fruits of our collective work will clearly be seen. Let us therefore remain resolute and not lose faith. Madam Speaker, we have addressed the immediate needs of our citizens by enhancing and extending the provision of social welfare. Support through programs such as the Scaled-Up Social Cash Transfer, the recently introduced Cash for Work, the free education, and the school feeding programs. Madam, we are also laying the foundation for resilience by investing into the health and education of our people. Further, by significantly enhancing resources under CDF and devolving decision-making and responsibility, we are truly putting power in the hands of our people. Madam Speaker, despite many challenges we have faced, we have not lost focus on the long-term goal of enhancing growth by promoting investment across critical sectors of the economy, such as mining, such as manufacturing, agriculture, and energy. In addition, we are improving supportive infrastructure, such as the roads and rail. Further, by utilizing innovative approaches such as the PPP, we are not only providing economic opportunities for our businesses and the household, but also we are ensuring that we do not burden our children and grandchildren with a shameful yoke of unsustainable debt. Madam, finally, by achieving significant milestones in resolving the crushing external debt burden that we inherited from our predecessors, we have re-established credibility with the rest of the world. In doing so, we are laying the firm foundation for a prosperous and sustainable future. Madam Speaker, it is therefore no empty boast or talk to say that as the New Dawn government, we are truly building resilience for inclusive growth and improved livelihoods in a manner that no one is left behind. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable standing 1662 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024. In that adjourned before Business Committee at this meeting held today, 27th September 2024, to enable the House deal with urgent business in line with the Standing Order 1664. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Order. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House? Is now adjourned.
Minister of National Planning, Dr. Unveil the 2025 national budget under the theme Building Resilience for Inclusion, for Inclusive Growth and Improved Livelihood.
Yes, Claudette, he has, the Minister of Finance and National Planning has just unveiled a national budget of 217 billion. 217.1 billion or 26.6% of the national GDP, and out of which 174.2 billion or 80.2% of the budget will be financed by domestic revenues, while 8.2 billion or 3.8% will be grants from cooperating partners. And the budget also reveals that the balance of 34.7 billion or 16.0% will be financed through borrowing. Further, the minister has indicated that the domestic borrowing will be at 15.4 billion or 7.1%, while 19.4 billion or 8.9% will come from external sources.
All right, and so in a few minutes from now, we'll be getting reactions from members of parliament and those that were invited to witness the unveiling of the 217.1 billion kwacha budget for next year. And before we do that, we'll just have a recap of what is contained in the 2025 national budget. And so under economic transformation and job creation, that's transport and logistics, the minister did say that the construction of the 210 kilometers Chinsali-Nakonde Road, which started in 2018, is at 98% and will be completed by the end of this year. He also did say that government has secured funding from cooperating partners for the rehabilitation of 162 kilometers of the Chinsali-Mpika Road. He also said government is rehabilitating and upgrading the 71-kilometer Monze-Niko Road. Works commenced in 2023 and are scheduled to be completed in 2025. Rehabilitation of the Lusaka-Mongu Road from Tateyoyo Gate at Katunda-Lukulu Junction, covering a distance of 87 kilometers, commenced in August this year, and works are scheduled to be completed in 2026. And under health, the minister did say that this year 4,000 more health workers will actually be recruited, and an additional 2,000 frontline health personnel will be hired in 2025, bringing the total to 2,276. I see my colleague is getting ready to go downstairs so she can talk to some members of parliament and invited guests regarding their reaction to the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance did say that in order to improve maternal health care, government has actually constructed 123 maternal annexes across the country, and of these 82 have been constructed under CDF, and an additional 30 annexes will be constructed in 2025 using CDF. And so in a short while from now, we'll be joining my colleagues Paul Ndovi and Pauline Monga as they get reactions from members of parliament and invited guests. The Minister of Finance has proposed to increase the allocation of CDF to 5.6 billion kwacha in 2025 from 4.8 billion kwacha in 2024, and this will actually increase the allocation to each constituency to 36.1 million kwacha from 30.6 million kwacha in 2024. And he did go on to say, under education, that is, that in order to improve the teacher-pupil ratio, government has allocated 80.3 million kwacha for the recruitment of 2,000 teachers. So that's just a brief of the presentation, that's the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, under the theme Building Resilience for Inclusive Growth and Improved Livelihood. Just now, let's join my colleagues, Paulsent and Pauline, downstairs.
Wow, beautiful aerial views there of Parliament grounds and the surrounding areas there. Thank you so much, Claudette and Pauline. The Minister of Finance has unveiled the 2025 national budget. So we'll have quick reaction, and this year's theme is building resilience for inclusive growth and improved livelihoods. And joining me on set at this particular time is the Tejiteji Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Twambo Muchinta. He's coming from a rural constituency, and one of the pronouncements that the Minister of Finance made in his speech address was to do with feeder roads. Honorable, thank you so much. And how do you look at the 2025 national budget, the budget speech that the minister has unveiled.
Well, thank you so much and for inviting me for this important interview. And just like you did mention, I'm a member of parliament from a rural area, and one of the main issues that we've been struggling with are issues around feeder roads. I'll give an example. It says us about 800 kilometers of feeder roads. These are the roads that have never been worked by central government for the past 14 years. Let me say maybe for the past 26 years from the time it came into effect. Now, government has increased CDF to about 36.1 million, and out of that 36.1 million, 3.3 million has been allocated towards feeder roads. This is one of the most intelligent decisions that has been made. You are aware that constituencies like it says, they've procured machines that were not making good use of them because of not having resources and not having the manpower. Now, making such an intelligent decision to see that out of the increased 5.5 million CDF, 3.3 goes towards the feeder roads. This is going to open a lot of rural areas. You are aware that the feeder roads are not just a benefits of movement. They open points of agriculture, they open points of delivering social cash transfer programs, they open points of construction of schools. So for me, really, that was the most touching point, and I strongly feel the President is very dedicated to ensuring that the rural areas opens up, and this amount of money, for your information, is going to all the constituency without any discrimination. So this is a big transformation. This is one of the most intelligent budgets, and we hope that in the next 1 or 2 years, the resilience and the recovery will be met by this pronouncement. Thank you so much.
All right, Honorable, thank you so much and wishing you all the best. So you have it. That's Iteji Teji, a member of Parliament, Mr. Twambo Mutinda, just sharing with us his thoughts regarding the budget that the Minister of Finance has unveiled today, the 27th day in the month of September 2024. Joining me on set at this particular time is the Member of Parliament for Mongu Central, and this is Mr. Oliver Mutike. Thank you so much. Similar question, maybe what's take-home message looking at the 2025 budget speech that the Minister has unveiled today?
A great budget speech which has been unveiled by the Minister of Finance. It shows resilience as a country. It shows our focus to inclusive growth that we want to focus on in the 2025. We have seen an increase in the CDF once again. We have seen again a focus on social programs, cash for work, and other programs which are very focused on the vulnerable in the society.
The Minister of Finance did make a pronouncement that the government of the Republic of Zambia intends to employ 2,000 teachers in the 2025 national budget. And you coming from a rural constituency, and pupils struggle to have teachers in rural schools, and a lot of teachers, once employed, they want to get to urban areas. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, so because of the free education policy, we have seen an increase in the enrollment of pupils in our schools, and that led to overcrowding. But the solution has been put in the CDF, because now, due to the increased CDF, we are able to build new classrooms, we are able to employ new teachers, so the problem will be solved. So more and more people who were previously denied access to education are now coming on board, are now in our classrooms, meaning that we are now increasing the number for children, the number of pupils in schools, which is, I think, is a good way to go. We'd rather have children in school than having them at home doing nothing, turning them into junkies. Now they are becoming educated, they are productive citizens, they are the future doctors, the future nurses, the future teachers themselves. So that's a good focus of the budget. So we want to thank the Minister for this budget, because it shows it's very focused on the people. It's a people-driven budget.
Thank you so much. I know a huge task lies ahead of you, looking at you now go into sector analyzing the budget, the 2025 budget. Wishing you all the best as you begin scrutinizing the 2025 national budget.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. That's Mr. Oliver Mutike, who is Mongu Central Member of Parliament, just sharing with us a word regarding what the Minister has pronounced in the 2025 national budget. We keep interacting with various members of Parliament, just getting their quick reaction regarding
regarding the budget speech that has been unveiled by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. And this particular time, I do have Wengwa, Member of Parliament. Thank you so much, Honorable Mijelo, for according us this rare opportunity. You are chairperson of a very critical committee here, talking about Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. And the 2025 budget will be looked into sectors. What does this mean to you, being a chairperson of a very critical committee and looking at where the country is coming from, issue to do with drought and scarcity of water?
Good, thank you very much. But first of all, allow me to thank His Excellency, the Republican President, and allow me also to thank the Minister of Finance for delivering a very promising budget for 2025. Okay, this budget, I can tell you that the budget is very, very inspiring, and all what the Minister of Finance talked about today, okay, the budget is very doable and it's very realistic budget. All the figures he has talked, the budget is very realistic. And coming to the issue, okay, of me being the chairman of Agriculture Committee, you know, I was so happy to hear about the increase, okay, on the part of agriculture, okay, the figures, okay, he has talked a number of issues, all right, and agriculture, he has talked a number of issues, okay, under livestock and fisheries. Okay, this is very encouraging, and this time around, because of the climate change, okay, which we are faced with, especially here in Southern Africa, we are the most hit, okay, in terms of climate change, and that we must be very smart in the way we are going to start doing our farming, and we must be smart, and we must respect our environment so that we don't destroy it, so that we can spare it for our future generation. And you know, the people who lived yesterday, that they spared our environment, and we must keep on respecting the environment so that our soils can be producing enough food for our people. And you know quite all right that this time around, because of the climate change which we are faced with, there is too much hunger, not just here in this country, but the entire world. In Africa, we are the most hit, and we must come up together, we must put our brains together so that we come up with the current technologies so that we can manage to produce more food, and we must also increase on productivity. It's very important. Coming to the issue of the budget, some of the issues.
Yeah, let's be quick, Honorable. I do have quite a number of members of Parliament that would want to add their voices as well. Maybe in your conclusion.
Yeah, in my conclusion, I'm just happy that the budget has been increased from the previous 176 billion kwacha allocated for 2024 to the current 217 point something billion kwacha. This is a very big milestone. And also, I'm also happy about the increase in CDF, okay, from the current, okay, 30 million kwacha per constituents to 36.1 million kwacha, which is going to bring a development in our respective constituencies. And I want to thank, okay, the Republican President, because he has taken development all over the country. He has not even segregated not even a single constituency, and we are receiving the money at the same time. Otherwise, I want to urge the people of Zambia that let us support this man. He's doing well for the people of Zambia. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and wishing you all the best as you undertake a huge task looking at the 2025 national budget. He is the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, and this is Wengwa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kasauta Mijelo there. And at this particular time, we find ourselves in Kabwata constituency. If you're getting us loud and clear from wherever you are, we are both on television and radio as we continue getting reactions. Mr. Andrew Tayengwa, coming from, I call it a cosmopolitan constituency. You and I have toured your constituency looking at some of the developmental projects that are taking shape using CDF. We have an increase. We've heard you on the floor of the House. We were anticipating that CDF may be increased based on what the President hinted in the House. And today, the amount has gone to 36.1. What does this mean to you?
Okay, that is actually a plus for the people of Kabwata, because what we have done so far in Kabwata
constituency. Using the CDF, we have transformed and changed almost every sector. You look at the health sector, what we've done, we've put up some what you call maternity annex wings. We've also built 1x3 classroom block. We've also managed to take development right into the communities where we live. But the greatest thing that I'm actually happy with this budget, it speaks hope to many Zambians. If you look at what has been spoken about, especially in the ICT sector, we are seeing that a lot of investment will actually come into the ICT. Thereby, it will allow also the fintech business to start growing, because what we're lacking is the investment in the ICT sector. So with government coming in, putting up a lot of these towers, then we'll be able to encourage the fintech business to actually go ahead. Then also what I've liked with this budget is also the issue of agriculture, though we need to do a lot with a comprehensive agriculture program, because what we've seen, a lot of money keeps on going to FISIP, 9-point-something billion, almost 80% of the budget actually going to FISIP, to support the FISIP program. I think we need to do a lot so that we start now supporting other sectors. That's the reason why we need to see that the comprehensive agriculture policy is actually effected.
All right, well, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best as you dissect the 2025 national budget. That's Kabwata constituency member of parliament, Mr. Andrew Tayengwa, just adding his voice regarding the 2025 national budget. At this particular time, we find ourselves in another rural constituency, and this is Jikankata, and I'm joined by Mrs. Jacqueline Sabao, just to shed more light regarding his take-home message regarding the 2025 national budget. Thank you so much, Honorable. And your take-home message, and how do you look at the 2025 national budget, which has just been unveiled by the Minister of Finance?
Thanks so much. First and foremost, let me use this opportunity to thank the Head of State for giving us this developmental budget, and very inclusive to all Zambians. However, as a Member of Parliament for Chikankata, I really appreciate the 12 billion allocation to the roads, because as Member of Parliament, one of the difficult moments I've had is the issue of Chikankata-Kasam Road, and I hope that that road will be included to a bituminous standard. I know that there's an allocation under the World Bank Rural Connectivity, but it is a graded road. But having such an amount, I feel like Chikankata will be part of that budget. And the second part is an increment in CDF. As Chikankata, we've changed the face of Chikankata because of CDF, and having this increase to 36 million point one, it's a very big achievement for the people of Chikankata. That will change the face of Chikankata. And however, let me also thank the Head of State for giving us more money in the climate resilience projects like Cash for Work. Most of our people are able to receive something. We have also social cash transfer, which has been increased from 400 kwacha per 2 months to 800 per 2 months, which is a very great achievement for the people of Zambia, which we've never seen in this country before.
All right, Honorable, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best as you go into committees and look at the 2025 national budget. I know you have a huge task. You have 10 days to look at the budget, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this particular time, we also engage the former lawmaker. She used to be a lawmaker for Katombola constituency, and I'm talking about Mrs. Regina Musogotwane. Thank you so much, ma'am, for according to this opportunity. You were part and parcel of the people that were witnessing the Minister of Finance unveiling the 2025 national budget. How do you make of his budget speech?
Well, the budget is very good, especially for the rural areas. When it rolls out into the rural areas are also going to improve. You know, we have a problem of people coming from rural areas coming to town, following the good the power, whatever. But now, I think people will stay in the rural areas. We are very happy with the social transfers they are doing, the cash transfer for the rural areas. That's very good, because people have not starved. Even with this severe drought we have had, people have not starved. But maybe now the rains are about to fall. They don't have seed in the rural areas. Government should look into that as well. So far they've done very well.
During your reign as a Member of Parliament for Katombola, you may have had CDF, but maybe in minimal, or maybe you never had CDF, but looking at the amounts that the ministers announced now, what does that mean to a rural constituency, you being a former Member of Parliament of Katombola?
It is a very good thing. It's very important for the rural areas to get this kind of money. In fact, maybe, is it possible for the government to give this CDF pro rata? Because they are very big, rural constituencies are very big compared to town constituencies. So if rural constituencies were given more than town constituencies, so that their development is also speeded like in town. We are so happy, well, as a former member of parliament and as a Zambian and a member of the Teaching Service Commission, the teachers that government is employing on a yearly basis, they are building schools, they are building classrooms, they are employing teachers. We have a lot of teachers who are trained who are on the street. So eventually I'm sure we are going to pick everybody. But let me request the government, can they also build teachers' houses? Who is going to teach these children? Where are the teachers going to stay? In rural areas we have no schools because there is no accommodation for teachers. So can they also think of that in the 2026 budget?
We'd like you to be part and parcel of members of communities that will be making submissions during the time the various committees will be analyzing the budget. And wishing you all the best, ma'am, and thank you so much for your voice.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. That's the former Member of Parliament for Katombola. They are just adding her voice to this particular discussion that we have this afternoon. And joining me on set at this particular time is Zipper Executive Director, and this is Mrs. Zali Chikuba. Thank you so much, sir. And I've heard you on various platforms talking about the 2025 national budget and issues to do with the country as well. How do you make of the 2025 national budget?
Well, the 2025 national budget to us comes not as a surprise. We expected that it would be in the quantum that it has, around the quantum that it has come. We had projected that it might just be around 215 billion, but it is now 217 billion kwacha, which is, I think, still small for the size of this economy. But the biggest problem that we have is increasing the resource envelope. And now that we have resumed debt servicing, as the minister has mentioned, that we are going to have to increase on revenue mobilization domestically. And I'm glad that the minister has touched on a number of revenue mobilization measures, which I hope that they will be executed as have been stated. Because we have been talking about increasing revenue mobilization, but we haven't been very successful to bump it to the levels that we want it to be. But also on the expenditure side, we are glad that the budget still continues to look at the issues of vulnerability that we have found ourselves in due to the drought that we have faced, and that it has taken a learning curve from what we have actually experienced, in that we have allocated quite a lot of resources towards the construction of infrastructure that is going to provide water and also to the communities for consumption and also for use in production in the form of agriculture.
Before I let you go, Mr. Chikaba, there was a strong warning from the Minister of Finance regarding the administrators of CDF. These are local authorities, and there was a very strong message regarding abuse of these funds by various local authorities. As Zipper, how do you make of that stern warning that came from the minister?
That is a timely warning. And as Zipper, just 3 days ago, we are on record of having said that those that are charged with the responsibilities of providing services to the people and resources are provided, if they do not perform, there must be a sanction. And we need to see this more often. We need to see, there must be examples of where such action has been taken. Otherwise, people will sit back on the resources while people are suffering. So as CDF is being increased right now, we hope that there will be a lot of response from the local government authority so that they are able to take stock of what is happening in the various local areas. The officers that are responsible for planning and implementation, ensuring that there is implementation of the CDF projects, must be held accountable if they do not deliver.
All right, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. I know you keep following debates and how various committees will analyze the 2025 national budget before a report is issued on the floor of the House.
My pleasure.
All right, there you have it. Had a voice from Zipa there, just adding regarding what the minister has talked about. And joining me on set at this particular time is Dr. Brian Kayongo, who is Vice President, Strategic Partnership Health Learners. Thank you so much, Doc, and good to have you here. Looking at what the minister has presented, the budget speech, which one is a take-home message and which one has really inspired the organization?
What has inspired the organization, I think mainly the CDF, increase in the CDF allocation, but more importantly, I think the area of keeping children in school, the free education policy, the school feeding money that has been increased to 500 million now. We were actually expecting that the minister would actually make a breakdown on how much of that 500 million would go towards school feeding and how much would go towards health services within the school. As you know that the schools faces a lot of challenges when it comes to diseases. You saw how cholera made all the schools shut. You saw how COVID made all the schools shut. So how are we preparing, especially that we are going into the rain season now, how are we preparing to ensure that government is actually allocating resources to increase health messages in schools, to actually provide health services so that when a disease breaks out in the school is able to actually manage that beyond just feeding the children. Yeah, but overall I think the budget was so interesting, especially that all of us at this stage we've come to a reality that we were facing a common crisis. I think the drought brought in a different dynamic that had to make all of us adjust. The energy crisis is a real challenge that we need to actually, all of us to actually adjust, and we are very happy with the measures that government has put so far in terms of alternative sources of energy, and we've already moved in that direction as an organization. For every health room that we've constructed in school, we've put a solar system to ensure that it is actually powered by solar and not wait for connection to ZESCO. So we want to ensure that I think the government should do more in terms of sensitizing, putting resources not only for products or services, but also to sensitize the masses to ensure that they change mindset in terms of alternative energy solutions.
Doc, thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. I know you're a very critical partner when it comes to the budget process and also trying to trail and looking at providing oversight role as well as an organization.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. That's Doc there also adding his voice regarding the 2025 national budget. So wherever you're getting us from, be it on radio or television, I'd like to say thank you so much. And also our viewers on our YouTube platform, would like to say so much. Pauline, the much anticipated 2025 national budget has been unveiled. It now remains to members of parliament to critically analyze it and issue a report before it's adopted.
Exactly, posted. The budget has been unveiled by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, and this is a total amount of 231 billion. 217.1 billion kwacha that has been unveiled in this year's, rather the 2025 national budget, and we are yet to see, of course, what the committees or how they are going to dissect the budget that has been unveiled. And of course, business of the House in the committees starts just now, meaning that they are ready to work starting today, and of course the public will continue being informed as we talk about the 2025 budget and the committee meetings, the various committee meetings that will be sitting to dissect this particular budget that has been unveiled.
Yes, Pauline, and joining us on set, I know we're still interacting with various stakeholders. He's leader of opposition, and this is Honorable Chabinga, just to get a view, his views regarding the 2025 national budget. And we should be chatting with him. Honorable Chabinga, I would like to get in touch with you and just to interact with you to find out how you make of the 2025 national budget. You being a leader of the opposition, and the minister has just unveiled the 2025 national budget amounting to 217.1 billion.
a number of issues have been highlighted by the Minister of Finance. What is your home take message and your role as members of Parliament as you go in various committees to look at this budget?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like from the onset, I just want to say the budget is very positive. I think everywhere, meaning Zambian, must be able to support this, and especially to fellow parliamentarians. And as we go to sector budget committees to interrogate this budget, I expect members to remove the political jackets and just concentrate that this budget will benefit the 21 plus million Zambians, and therefore the 156 members of parliament we expect to participate into this program very effectively and to interrogate it properly. And above all, if you have seen, it has dwelled much on the ground to alleviate the poverty of the Zambian people. The other thing is the issue of the enhanced CDF to the members of parliament, those who have not been actualizing it due to various problems that they have, especially being antagonistic themselves with the officers in the councils. My advice is that they must remove, because this money is meant for the poor people, and therefore dialoguing in the respective constituencies, it is very important so that we actualize the developmental agendas. Then the other thing is that what is more interesting is the 12 billion that has been allocated towards the road infrastructure, because you can only do business cheaply when there's proper connectivity. You can imagine, I'll give an example that you and you agree with me that sometimes it's a challenge when you are touring with the Honorable Madam Speaker to check the challenges of the constituencies in terms of roads. But with this, we'll be able to see that the Honorable Madam Speaker will be able to tour the whole 156 constituencies, because we'll have a road network which will be proper. And the other part is that for me, who is coming apart from being a leader of opposition from Oriro constituency, there's an issue of the FISIP which has not changed, and there's also the issues of where government has enhanced the guarantee on the loans on fertilizer. I think this is an opportunity to the farmers that let's go. Look, it was a pilot project of 300, now they've moved to 800 million kwacha. We need to take advantage so that we can be part and parcel. My last point is what has been allocated to the national food security, because we have seen the situation that we have gone through the drought, and we can only survive, and as a country we can only live properly if we have stable food security. Thank you so much.
Honorable, wishing you all the best as you dissect the 2025 national budget as committees.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There you have it. That's leader of the opposition, and this is Mr. Chabinga. Pauline, we need to conclude now, and we know that we have a huge task ahead of us, televising, broadcasting the 2025 sector budget analysis as committees go into various meetings to look at the 2025 national budget.
Exactly, President. This remains a mammoth task for us now to ensure that we inform the public of what will be going on in the committee meetings. And so we want to urge all our listeners and viewers to keep following us as we'll be bringing to you on the various platforms whatever will be discussed in the committees, and this will be live transmission of whatever will be discussed in the various committees.
All right, on behalf of my colleague Pauline Monga, and indeed not forgetting Claudette Jonga, my name is Paulson Tindovi, the entire production crew, and those of you that have been following us both on radio and television. Thank you so much for your time, and be blessed, and continue watching and listening to Parliament.